Is this how you honor the sixth house and the tribe unmourned?
My friends, welcome back to the game library where we give a voice to the voiceless games. My name is Martin, and as ever, I would just like to start the stream off with a single question. Have you played any good books lately? I know that today we are about to. Today we are continuing our playthrough of The Elder Scrolls Chapter 2, Daggerfall. But first, Question of the day, and I am rather proud. This one is, I think, a diabolically hard one. Or maybe not. Maybe not. Rage sells. But my question is, what is a remake you find worse than its original? My answer is Final Fantasy VII. My answer is Final Fantasy VII. Remake and Rebirth were completely different games that were wearing the skin of Final Fantasy VII, and I didn't like them. Dev, question of the day, Persona 3 Reload. OG Persona 3 is one of my favorite games. I abhor the remake. The only Final Fantasy game I played is online. The series is not for everyone. I'll lead with that, but 7 in particular is a game that is very near and dear to the heart of the fan base. Cloud is one of the most iconic characters in gaming, and Rebirth did a very, very poor job doing justice to the franchise, in my modest opinion. There are people who love Rebirth, and that is par for the course. That is completely fine. I personally am not a fan. Luna's answer to the question of the day, the Spyro and Crush Bandicoot games. The polygonal art style is one of the reasons I enjoy the Spyro games so much. It makes me feel safe. So the fact that it's in HD, it's in high fidelity, it feels weird. You don't like it. That makes sense. That does. Question of the day, don't care, I'm counting it. It's gonna be Oblivion. Despite being called a remaster, it fundamentally changed a few things. I just really want back, like the leveling system, which people often find confusing. And that's why they got rid of it, right? For the Morrowind OGs, the leveling system of Oblivion is natural. It just makes sense. And for people coming in fresh to Oblivion, it didn't make sense. And it didn't make sense to them in Morrowind either. It took time to acclimate to the leveling system, and frankly speaking, most people never did. Most people just brute force their way through the game. Ask me how I know. I don't like how it's called Final Fantasy. And then a lot of them just have shit ton of tech advancement. I want more fantasy, you know. I enjoy online, just very overwhelming. Yeah, you would enjoy 1 through 6. I would say 1 through 6. It didn't really get kind of futuristic until 7. 7 was really one of the main games that kind of drove that kind of futuristic art style within the franchise. Prior to that, it wasn't necessarily fantasy. Final Fantasy was never really Tolkienian in that kind of formalized sense, but it was more kind of fanciful, if you will. It was one of those things that, you know, you had mages and stuff and frankly speaking, even in the high-tech Final Fantasies, you still have red mages, black mages, green mages, all this, that, and the other. I think a lot of games don't need remasters so much, as we just get ported them onto newer consoles, if that makes sense. I have the exact same opinion. Luna. I've mentioned it time and time again on the socials. I posted shorts to this end constantly. I do not think that remakes are necessarily necessary. Another nitpicky thing about Oblivion that I found was that they added torches and various other lights just to show off the new engine, which kind of destroys the game's original color palette and overall darkness. I had to put my gamma down to negative. I had the same issue. Actually, well, I streamed my first and really longest playthrough of Oblivion Remastered, because frankly I enjoy the original much more. I play Oblivion constantly on the couch with Mrs. Books, but when it comes to Oblivion Remastered, that is a game I have exclusively on my PC, so I just don't touch it that much. And I have the same issue. I do not like that they changed the color palette of the original Oblivion. I think it was such a unique color palette. It was one of the most amazing things about the art style of that game, and they changed it irreconcilably. And actually, that was one of the first things that modders changed when it came to that. I haven't played it, to be honest. I don't remember, but something rubbed me the wrong way and I didn't get it. I said last stream, Oblivion Dungeons freak me out because of the music. Part of the reason the music works so well is because of the rest of the ambiance. That is also true. That is true. You guys will forgive me, I am feeling quite tired today. I was a bit of a bad boy, I didn't get enough sleep last night. I'm running on 5 hours, which is not ideal. You're not supposed to, and I saw you, Luna. I saw you with your 3 hours. Get more sleep. Get more sleep. So, I am... I know you're more tired than me. I know you are. By the way, you should be going to sleep right now. I'm not your dad, but go to sleep. So I have a little bit of an aid today. I've had 8 hours in 2 days. So Luna, why are you sleeping so little? Why are you sleeping so poorly? Okay, while Luna... I've tried napping today, but my body told me no, F you. Insomnia. Gotcha. Okay, so before we hop into Daggerfall, I do want to mention this. So, we have a new poll up for Saturday's next stream game. The options of that poll are Baldur's Gate 1, Fable Anniversary Edition, Blood Omen 1, Legacy of Kain, and Prey from 2006. These are all games that have been highly recommended by the community. Many community members are big fans of these games. And I have added a bit of a selfish one. Oh, geez. May. Welcome to the game library, my friend. I hope that you've been enjoying your stay. We're just catching up with the community right now, but if you would like to hop into chat, we do have a question of the day pinned at the top of chat for your indulgence. I'm gonna call you May, if that's okay. That's gonna be a little bit easier. I'm probably not gonna get that wrong. So, May. Question of the day is at the top of chat, which is, what is a remake you find worse than its original? My answer is Final Fantasy VII. I really didn't like FF7 Rebirth. Turning BG1 over from the monthly stream to what seems like a new playthrough is definitely the right choice. The game is longer and really needs several streams to really begin to digest. I'm a big RPG fan, but I am not the biggest Baldur's Gate fan. I appreciate Baldur's Gate, I've played Baldur's Gate, but it's not necessarily my comfort zone. So it would be interesting for me to kind of learn the depths of Baldur's Gate's mechanics, especially the older Baldur's Gates. I really enjoy Baldur's Gate 3. I adore that game. It's very, very fun. But the first two are games that I had more time in Dark Alliance 1 and 2, if I'm being completely honest. And I am a big fan of CRPGs. So it's not like I'm not looking forward to a playthrough of Baldur's Gate, which, as of right now, stands massively in the lead. I'm still trying to get into Baldur's Gate 3. Everything I hear says it's great, but it's a lot for me. What is making it a lot for you? I'm curious, because many people just settle right into the game. Not because it's easy to play, but frankly speaking, because they're they're dirty beggars and there's lots of smut. Okay, so one last option, and this was a selfish addition for me.
There's another naked Nord.
There's another
There's another one.
Melly, you always get that one. Always. So, we have another selfish addition by me. At the end of spooky season, we played Resident Evil 4 OG, which is one of my favorite games of all time. It's top 3 for me. I adore that game. So I did selfishly add beating Resident Evil 4 to the list. Nobody's voting for it right now, but I had to. Asterion comes on your knees. It's a lot of information, new characters, new dynamics, lots of dynamics to acclimate to. Overwhelms my chronic fatigue ability to absorb info. I see. Oh, by the way, Books, not related, but I was laughing so hard and crying when I saw your the short last night. Yeah, so I will say this. When you guys contribute to the stream and cool things happen in chat and everything, it's highly likely that a short will end up being made. And honestly, a lot of you guys can tell when those moments happen, which is really, really cool. But if I feel that the comment section is going to be rude, for example, I do like to ask permission prior to posting.
Pizza without my drink?
All right, I'll have some real water. I got my big water bottle finally. I got my big one. Jerkops, welcome in. Grand Theft Auto Definitive Edition completely ruined the graphics. The art style is entirely off, and the game was also made worse by being able to see farther away, so you see how small the map is. This is something that's interesting. I've been playing a lot of Blood Moon, and we're playing an OpenMW which just naturally has greater render distances. And in these old games, there's something that I've come to realize, which is modernization of old games is not necessarily inherently better. What do I mean by that? Something that's been happening a lot in Blood Moon is the enemies can see me just as easily as I can see them. And that creates kind of this awkward momentum within Blood Moon where I am constantly, and I do mean constantly, being chased by over 10 enemies at a time. It is cumbersome, to say the least. So I completely sympathize about the statement that adding render distances and fidelity does not inherently make a remaster of a game superior. Sometimes it is better to just leave well enough alone and allow the game to just exist as designed. Sometimes that is better. I can't stay too long, but I thought I'd say hi and love you, LYF, love you forever, I guess. You are a wonderful being. Death by Muffin, thank you so much for being here. Could I please get a shout out for Muffin in the chat? She's a streamer, and she's a great human. So, if you guys are not following Muffin, please. Oh, love your face. I was close. I got 2 out of 3. Marwin's illusion of scale comes from the terrain and density of content. Solstheim is fairly empty. Honestly, something fixed in the Skyrim rework of the geography. I just want to say about Blood Moon, while OpenMW is fundamentally hurting Solstheim with render distance, the situation of having groups of enemies following you can happen once in a while. I don't want to dramatize it. I will say this. The enemies in Morrowind, the pests, if you will, are just that. They are pests. They are meant to be annoying. They're meant to be frustrating, but they they are a part of the nature of the game. And although I was getting very frustrated yesterday's stream in particular, I will never, ever, ever begrudge the existence of this within Morrowind, because it is immersive to the universe. Solstheim is uncharted territory. It is only natural that the territory is rife with bears and wolves and reeklings and frost trolls and spriggans and you name it. So I don't begrudge the game for that. I don't. Audie, welcome in. May is asking a question. What do you think about Heroes of Might and Magic 3? I'm interested in Heroes. I have not really played an Of Might and Magic game other than Dark Messiah. Dark Messiah is really my biggest experience with that franchise. So, Of Might and Magic, or Heroes of Might and Magic, I should say, is a franchise that I have a lot of interest in, and I do plan on introducing myself to it live on the stream one day. Books, I know you're live, but I want to let you know ASAP that we are making it flexible for 2 other people, so if you're only able to make it sometimes, or even only the first session, you're in. I'm in. Let me know when the first day is. I believe it's this Wednesday, but if there is some flexibility and you guys are not going to burn me in effigy, I'm in. My gripe with the new media coming out is that it feels like when they use CGI or special effects or what have you, they don't play much of a part in the actual story itself. They just want to show off their new toys. I haven't played many new games I have this issue with, but Mary Poppins 2 was really bad for that. I didn't even know there was a Mary Poppins video game. You're teaching me things, Luna. You're teaching me things. And Melly, I did see you pop in. Thank you so much for being here. I do appreciate you. I was just talking. Dinner rolls, welcome in as well. I get chatty, and sometimes I don't want to be sidelined by saying hello, but please know that I do notice you a lot of the time. I'm just catching up with chat. One moment, guys. I've shared the short with almost all of my friends at this point. My accompanying caption is, "My eating habits are more famous than me." I've made you famous, Luna. I've made you famous. It's one of the reasons why I think that something like the new Metal Gear Solid remake would basically need to either retain itself to the same gameplay as the original, at which point it would basically be a graphics update, or completely revamp the level architecture to fit modern mechanics, like first-person aiming. I would agree. I think that one remake, and this is why I consider it to be one of the best remakes, kind of bar none, is the Resident Evil trilogy of 2, 3, and 4. And they did exactly what you are talking about. They could have easily just copied, beat for beat, every single environment and done nothing to actually change anything in the game world, but they didn't do that. They took the environments from the original game, Resident Evil 4 is what I'm talking about right now, chat, and they updated it to suit new mechanics that they were adding to the game, such as getting rid of the tank controls, allowing you to move while aiming, increase dexterity with your knife play. The fact that Ashley no longer has a health bar, she just becomes incapacitated. The fact that there's new enemy types like the bullheads. All this different kind of stuff culminates into needing a new level design so that you're not just putting a new face on an old game. Because frankly, if you kept the original environments with all of that added movement, it would kind of be boring. It would kind of be boring. The reason those environments worked in the original Resident Evil 4 is because you had to stand still. There was a tactics that was involved: when to run, when to stand your ground, when to heal yourself, when to heal Ashley. All this different stuff was very, very different in the original game, and frankly speaking, that is why I consistently recommend people play the original game and not just the remake, because frankly speaking, other than the story beats, it is a completely different game. Gameplay-wise, it is very, very different. And that is why I advocate for people to play the originals as well as the remakes. Play both, I don't care, but play the original. Play the original. Bet I'll tell them to slot you in when we're live at 9 p.m. EST, and we're all going to call in 7:30 or 8 p.m. to get everyone set up with multi-mod and double check it actually works again, because if it doesn't, we want to let everyone know who can't manage it and get and go before we... Yeah, that's fair. That's completely fair. Necro, welcome in. Metro 2033. Voice and things just felt inauthentic. Wow. I was not expecting to have the Metro series flagged. That is crazy. That is absolutely crazy. I just got done playing Oblivion Remaster and dealt with the paranoia quest. Yes. We were just talking about Oblivion. Dragon's answer to the question of the day was the Oblivion remake. Metro 2033 had a... It wasn't quite a remake, it was kind of like an Oblivion situation. They had a... they had Redux. So 2033 Redux is a kind of soft remake of the game. So you got a lot of HD textures, you had new voice acting added in, that sort of thing. So if you're going on Steam and you're grabbing 2033, you're grabbing the remastered version. You're grabbing the remade version, I should say. They completely swapped Artyom's voice. Yep, they did. Luna, let's make a Mary Poppins video game. I want to make a Barbie RPG, lots of plot holes and unexplored lore there. I want to leave Mary Poppins alone. I think that the Horizon games fall into the same category. Re-release the first game, but it's just the upgrades to the engine done by Kojima for Death Stranding. Yeah. And these are the remakes and the remasters that I really don't feel are necessary. This is where I really struggle with the remake and remaster conversation around games, because there's situations like The Last of Us and Horizon Zero Dawn where it's like, what are you doing? Honestly, these were completely serviceable. This was not necessary, and it is a blatant money grab. It is a blatant money grab. I know that we had a conversation about being okay with cash grab remakes, but those situations in particular, I'm just... I dislike. Heckin' dislike. Sydney, welcome in. Hi Books, long time no see. I hope all is going wonderful for you and the family. It's deer season here, so my work days are jam-packed. Just wanted to say hi. I will be lurking. Sydney, welcome in. I'm so glad that you are here. I hope you and John are doing absolutely fantastic. I hope the family is well. And thank you for being here. Thank you for being here. Thank you for choosing to spend your time here. So basically paid mods. Yeah. Since I speedrun Horizon, I have strong opinions. The game itself is fine, but they changed the PC port from PlayStation and borked the controls. Oh, they actually changed the controls. I'm not a big fan of Horizon, to be completely honest. Not because I don't like Horizon, but just, I don't have enough experience with the game. I really don't. my gameplay was very surface level, I would say. So from what I have played, I'm not a massive fan. And I'm not a massive fan of like the God of War remakes and stuff like that either. Any game where God of War and Horizon and games like that, they kind of feel like these interactive movies to me, and I don't necessarily like that. If I'm going to have like an interactive movie kind of game, I prefer like a Metal Gear Solid type treatment myself, but Horizon is a combat puzzle game. If you try to play it like a straight action, it will be a bad time. That might have been my issue. Okay, now, one last thing before we hop into Daggerfall. One last thing. And that is December is fast approaching, and this is our first Christmas season together as a community. Now, I have two perspectives when it comes to this. Now, normally, Christmas is the time of year where I take a lot of time off. I take a lot... Daggers of Damocles, they must fall. So, this is normally the time of year that I take some time to myself. Take about a week off, type thing. But I didn't have the stream prior to this, and I have a perspective shift due to the stream that I would like to share with you guys, and I would like to see an index kind of what the community is wanting. So I am not ignorant to the fact that there are many people in the world that do not have the family structures that I do. And some people, this is one of the more lonely times of the year, because many of the people in their circles are off vacationing with their families. So my perspective is this: I could do one of two things. I could take my time off, as I would normally, so take a week off, essentially, around Christmas, or I could deliberately stream during the holiday season, and doing so in order to provide a space for the people who just need somewhere to hang out. Nothing special, no kind of call-outs or anything like that. Just chill streams with even random games, like I'm not necessarily beholden to regular broadcasting, and just hanging out as, just hanging out as a community. So, I'm not necessarily looking for answers in the chat right now. I'm just saying that I'm thinking forward towards the Christmas season, and these are the kind of things that I'm considering as I look forward to it. Repost as this was missed. Baldur's Gate 1 is based off of 2nd edition AD&D, which is perhaps the most unpopular edition of D&D around. What it mostly did was lore changes though. I have little experience with 2nd edition as it is, so it's been a really interesting experience. If you need it, I can message you after stream and give you a few ideas for what class you want to do. Absolutely, I'm looking for recommendations, because frankly speaking, it does look, unless something major happens, it does look like I'm going to be playing Baldur's Gate 1. Now, it could be that I might end up in a situation where Fable wins or something like that, but looking at the votes as of right now, it seems highly unlikely. Jet, welcome in. I hope you're having a great day, my friend. We were just talking about stream plans for the Christmas season. You know, the idea of, does Books take a vacation and just hang out? Or do I stream for people who need community during the Christmas season? I'm amiable to both ideas, and frankly, I'm a little bit more amiable to the idea of being there for the community members who need me. But at the same time, I do understand if the community would like me to, take a break. Because I do mention fairly consistently how hard I work on the stream and the socials and everything, so. I say we hang out, use the VCs in the server, shoot the shit, pass the Thanksgiving, yeah, there you go. Well, and that's an idea too, right? We always have the disco. It doesn't necessarily have to be a live event. It doesn't have to be the stream. We could just each be playing a game and chilling out in the game's live chat, doing some voice acting exercises. I was mentioning in the voice acting chat that I was pondering the idea of working on our chops as voice actors. I know there's a lot of aspirants within the community that would like to get into voiceover, as I do, and the thing with voice acting is it is small v, big A. Acting is the emphasis of voice acting. If you are not a good actor, it doesn't matter how many good voices you have. You are not going to be successful in the industry. So, getting comfortable with your emotions is very, very important. And to do so, there has to be repartee, I find. I find it easier to practice acting when I have people to bounce off of. Am I meeting the moment emotionally within my acting? I have someone's facial expressions to kind of gauge that situation. So, it's a thought I have, and there's lots of ideas that I have with community stuff. Yeah, no worries, IRL always takes priority. Us lonely folks always got Discord and such. Disclaimer, I don't speak for everyone. Yep, absolutely. Resident Evil 2 stream. Every time some crazy shit happens, take a shot. A holiday hybrid schedule is fairly normal. If streams need to be shorter, or as time allows, streaming is a marathon, as I'm sure you've learned. Don't sprint. We'd be dead. Donkey, if it was me, you'd be dead. Alright, now with that, I think that I've met all of the housekeeping. Now, do make sure if you are on the Discord, go to the polls section in the information section and sign up for polling. Sign up for polling. And that way you can vote and get notifications on the new Saturday game stream. That is to be determined as of this week. So you have several days left to vote and have your voice heard. It was a 3-day poll, so day 1 is now gone. So you got 2 more days. So hop over to the Discord, guys. Make sure your voices are heard. Make sure the game that you want to see on the Saturday stream is seen. I live away from my family, so I'm used to holiday times being a little more lonely these days, like you described. I'm always down to hang out if you're not taking a holiday break. Font Crimes, thank you so much for the subby, my friend. Thank you so much for the subby. I, for some reason, did not have that. Oh, there it is.
Is
it just
this
popped
how
up.
you honor the 6th house and
Holy
the tribe
shit,
unmourned?
Font, 7 months. 7 bloody months, my friend. You poor, poor boy. How have you put up with me for so long? Thank you very much. I appreciate the love, my friend. I'll be brief, but I did get good news. My cardiologist got good test results. Day. I am so happy that you got some good news. I'm so happy that you got some good news, my friend. You're being brief, so I'm assuming you're wanting to keep specific details to yourself, but just know that I'm ecstatic to hear that you're getting good news, especially when it comes to your ticker. That is very important. All right, now let's hop in to the great world of Daggerfall. All right, so we are loading the game. All right. Oh, 1 second, guys. For some reason, the mist audio is picking up Daggerfall as well. Weirdness. Alright, We're back. So, we are very close to achieving level 10, which is what we need. So, May, actually, you hopped into the chat. So, you're a fan of Heroes of Might and Magic. You're a fan of Heroes. What is it about Daggerfall that you love? Or is this a new game to you and you're just interested in seeing what Daggerfall is like? But either way, my friend, I'm very interested in your perspective. Okay, so as I was saying, we are very close to level 10, which means Medora Dureni's quest is fast approaching. It's fast approaching. So let us grab another quest. We did lose some reputation. We failed a quest earlier. I think Heroes 3 might have been the one I played. I can't quite remember which, but I used to enjoy whichever one it was. Sorry, I was AFK. We just jumped in. We just jumped in. And Heroes of Might and Magic 3 got named. So we were talking a little bit about that. I haven't played any of the Heroes of Might and Magic game. I played Dark Messiah, which is of Might and Magic, but it's very different from Heroes. So I'm interested in playing the game, definitely. By the way, there's a slight issue when it comes to the polls roll. You really need to get the Sapphire bot to periodically repost the message to accept the roll. We have a lot of new people since it was created, and there are more people that aren't in the polls roll than the ones who are in it. That is why I do an @everyone every now and again, but it's a good idea. We should definitely have Sapphire bot post some stuff. I love Daggerfall. My favorite character is a Daedra priest right now, but I like Barbarian too. Yeah, I'm playing as a mage. Playing as a mage right now. I'm not normally a mage player. Alright. I'm thinking a delivery. Or no, maybe the relic. The relic sounds cool. Disciple, the Order of the Hour needs you for a dangerous mission to retrieve one of the lost talismans of Akatosh. You will have to defy the power of Gromos, its creator, who then betrayed the temple and sank into evil. He is now a Lich, and still guards the talisman. Are you willing? I admire your courage, but tremble to think of the danger you are about to face. Gromos guards his talisman of Akatosh in the stronghold of Greencroft. Remember, there is no need to slay the Lich. Just retrieve the talisman and return it to the Order of the Hour here. If we have no word from you in 15 days, we will chant the Song of the Departed for you. Akatosh's blessings upon you, Syvaris II. You can set up so new folks can get an intro screen in which you can list all the unique info up front. Oh, okay. I must confess, chat, I'm an idiot when it comes to bots and stuff like that, so any help you can give me, DM me, please. Alright. So... Stronghold of Greencroft. Boom. Begin! I wonder if they actually chant for you if you go 15 days without completing the quest. Well, if you die, there are chanters. I can confirm that much.
The road is long and troubled, and we need to ride away.
Chat, you know what to do.
Now we mount our mighty steed to gallop down the way. With strength and fervor present, his mane flowing in the wind. Cerberus climbs atop him, a new journey now begins.
Oh shit! This is a big boy.
The greatest horse you'll ever see, galloping with speed and might. Now sing along with great delight. Yambante cranberry,
Clippity, cloppity.
Yambante cranberry leads us on this trip.
Oh, you get the drop on this boy? Yeah! I love it when I win, chat. It's a shame Spider hasn't been around lately. He would be so proud of what has become of the Yam Bam song. He would be so proud. Oh, shit! I was literally just about to say, oh, it's all quiet. It's quiet right now. Nope, it is not quiet right now, chat. God, Daggerfall is so good with the jump scares. Always gets me. Greencroft of Holdcroft? Stronghold of Greencroft, actually. Wrong dungeon. Let's do this, boys. Holy crap. That was a lot. Ooh, holy relic and a rare symbol. Going into Lurk to try to finish the East of Eden. Finish East of Eden, have fun. I'm not familiar with that game. Is it good? I'm assuming an RPG. That is my assumption. Oh, it's a book. It's a book. Same difference. It's the same difference font. Well, I hope you're enjoying the book. And thank you for the lurk, my friend. It is much appreciated. Seriously, you guys, you have no idea how much it helps the streams. Okay, now... This is definitely a very large dungeon. Yeah, it is a big boy. Okay, so we went up this way. So we do have a divergent pathway, so I assume that we're going to be able to link back up right around here. So let's loop over, just on spec. Hello. I'm getting very strong. I do have to make sure that I'm using restoration lots. So do remind me, chat, to be making use of my restoration magic. See, that's exactly what I was wanting. Precisely what I was wanting. Good. Oh. Okay, perfect. Tale of Kieran. And a potion of slow falling. I think I've got something screwy going on with my circadian rhythm. Showers normally make me sleepy, and I feel more awake since I had one today than when I woke up. TLDR, Luna broken. Luna? I learned a lot about sleep during my psychology degree, and one thing I can say is this. Well, actually, I can say multiple things. I can say a lot on this, actually. So, what you're talking about is the thermal effect. So, when you make yourself very warm with a hot shower, the cooling effect does indeed make you more tired, because cooling down, I believe it's 68 68 or 70 degrees Fahrenheit, that is the temperature at which your body just really likes to sleep. It really loves that temperature. So when your body increases its temperature to, say, I don't know, 100 degrees Fahrenheit, the rapid drop in body temperature that occurs is going to naturally make you feel, it mimics the temperature change that happens when your body is naturally just acclimating for sleep. Now, that normally making you tired is kind of par for the course right now, and the reason for that is because you are overtired. You are overtired. Don't get eviscerated by a leash, okay? Okay. I will do my best, okay? And actually, speaking of which, we should save. So when you are overtired, the amount of adenosine that is loaded within your brain it's too much. It's too much. So if you've been having caffeine and other adenosine antagonists as well, you're going to have a situation where you have a lot of so adenosine is a hormone that makes you want to sleep. But then you've got cortisol, which is a stress hormone, and when you're overtired and you're kind of forcing yourself to stay awake, that cortisol is going to be fighting with melatonin and adenosine and all these other hormones that are and neurotransmitters that are trying to get you to sleep. So what you need to do is breath work. That is going to be really, really important. So there's something that is called the physiologic breath that can be really, really helpful for people who are kind of in a higher cortisol state, and that is preventing them from achieving sleep. Now, I will say this. This works better if you are neurotypical.
Are you talking about me?
If you are neurodivergent, this can be a little bit more difficult. But the physiologic breath essentially works like this. So you take a full lung full of air. Doesn't have to be diaphragm, but it's better if it is. And then, after you've taken a full breath, you sneak in air sharply. And then you let out all the air in your lungs through your mouth. So it's fully going to look like this. The exhale has to be complete and forceful. Doing this repeatedly, using your diaphragmatic breathing, it won't necessarily get you to sleep, but it will bring your resting heart rate down, and it will cause your psyche to kind of enter a more zen state. Again, it works better if you're neurotypical, but if you're neurodivergent, it still works. It's just, it takes more time. It takes a lot more time.
Can I add 2 cents?
Hi, Mrs. Books, you wonderful person. How are you?
I'm doing alright. For the neurodivergent people, if you blow out that breath and stick your tongue out when you do it, you empty your lungs more, and it's more relaxing because your pelvic floor is tied to your diaphragm, and that's the fight or flight part that tightens. Because this is all the shit I have to do in my riding lessons because my horse throws me off all the time.
Because you're stressed out and he doesn't like it?
No, because he has 0 life experience. But this is the stuff we work
Also,
on every lesson.
also true.
Horsey breathing. Can I pack up your rice?
Yes, you can.
I just wanted to try. No, seriously, it's like 90% of my riding lessons now.
No, I know. Thank you, Mrs. Yeah, Mrs. Books is very neurospicy. She's very neurospicy. And I don't know what it is about me, but Mrs. Books kind of mentions this all the time, that I make neurospicy people feel safe. there's just something about me, and I don't know what it is, by the way. I have no clue what it is, but apparently, according to Mrs. Books, and I have it on good authority from some other people, that for some reason, if you're neurodivergent, there's something about this that just feels like home. I've been thrown off a horse and dragged down a dirt road. Do me and Mrs. Books get a bonding experience over physical trauma? Yes. Yes. Actually, it was Quinn's fault one day. We were at the barn, and Quinn barked. And Duke, Mrs. Books' horse, he's very, very sensitive. As all horses are, but he's a sensitive flower. And he threw her. Yeah, like, just, luckily he kind of lowered his body enough so it wasn't super bad, but just right over his neck. She just toppled right over, and everybody looked at me and Quinn, and then I looked at Quinn and I'm like, she did it. And everyone's like, yeah, we know. Get the dog out of here. Ads are in 5 minutes, guys. All right. I literally joined a book mentioning his face like he was cleaning a seat for someone to sit on. What have I come into? Your seat, Cam. Welcome. I like your voice and general demeanor. I've also never felt scared in this chat. Normally, if I know someone that is neurotypical, I'm like, okay, bye. Okay, what is it about me? Get in the camera. Get in the camera here.
Get in the camera. I'm like, what's his name from Home Improvement or whatever, across the freaking fence.
Yeah, you're just like the top of the brow.
I'm the opposite. I'm just the bottom half.
Hey, Tim. How are you?
I mean, I think a lot of it does have to do with you growing up with your brother.
You know what? That is true. Yeah, my brother being autistic.
Like...
Yeah.
Because your family is so accepting of it. It's not like other families or like mine, for instance, where neurodivergent is like, we don't talk about this. We keep secrets, like, your cousins are not supposed to know that you go through, like, mental health problems or blah, blah, blah. So, like, we're already, for a lot of us neurodivergent people that grow up in that space, like, we're already always fight or flight. And you just, like, you're so accepting of it, and you don't tend to, like, heighten those emotions because of your brother being reactive when younger.
Very reactive when younger.
I mean, you were also reactive, but, like, my point being, you've learned and grown. Because if I had met you when you were, like, 10, I would have hated you.
Probably.
Like, not probably.
Because I was 10 and 10-year-old things.
But, like, everybody's meeting you now, right? Like, oh, I'm, lack of a better term, collecting neurodivergence. Because, like, we're older. Like, that didn't happen to you until, like, high school.
Okay, I think I'm safe.
That's my take, anyway.
Thank you.
You just, yeah. You've life experience, so our shit doesn't bother you as much.
I was gonna say, as someone with really debilitating anxiety a lot, you come off as very gentle, and I think that's important. Like, I never think you'd ever get mad at me. I am ridiculously, I'm too patient a lot of the time.
Yeah,
I'm too patient.
I've yelled at you for that, because, like, me being a people pleaser has been a big thing that I have been working on the past few years. And
why does Book seem like the poster child for neurotypical? Because I am.
Yeah. Sometimes I wish he wasn't, because there is miscommunications.
Not always my fault. I said not always.
No.
Sometimes they are.
But, like, to put it in perspective for you guys, his family, like, directly says that they love you and are proud of you and give you a hug. So, yeah. What was that?
Oh, to live a life in that kind of mind. That was a slaughterfish. That was a Elder Scrolls Chapter 2 slaughterfish.
Where's the water?
I'm in the water. I can use fire in water. It's incredible. Logic doesn't matter here.
Yeah,
I win.
It's Elder Scrolls, yeah.
My boyfriend has been really good for me because his family are not toxic, like, whatsoever. Yeah, that was a lot of,
I still don't like it. Like, it...
I will let you speak to it. Don't want to put words in your mouth.
It's my defense mechanism. It seems fake, right? Like,
Mm-hmm.
I'm used to politeness being a performance and backstabby corporate office type stuff. Like, that's how the family operates. So, yeah, when his family's like, Janelle, I'm like, red flags.
Even though it's completely genuine. We're just weird like that.
Yeah, you guys love each other.
He has such a healthy relationship with everyone that I've literally had to learn. Go back where?
Can we get a lamp like that for upstairs?
Are you using Daggerfall to interior decorate our home?
Are you complaining I'm using Daggerfall?
No, look at this room. Look at this room. Yes, please do not burn the house down. We work hard on these bills. She's cooking. Nope, she's cooking. Don't worry about it. Don't you worry. But seriously, chat, thank you guys so much. I would like to contribute to this conversation, but don't want to sit here and say my family was abusive. But I would say it's more accurate of my family to be... Oh, 1 sec. Just want to make sure I don't suffocate while speaking to you all. There we go. There we go. That's far more comfy. I would say it's more accurate of my family to be a bunch of reserved farmers who don't think about compliments. It's all keep working and stuff of that nature. I get a lot of that in the trades too. I get a lot of that. And I have lots of people in my family that were farmers and tradesmen. My granddad, my papa, he's a tradesman. And there was a lot of that. There was a lot of that kind of, you know, we don't talk about it. But even he, later in life, has kind of gotten to a better place with that kind of stuff, I would say. Oh, it's peace signs, Luna. It was peace signs on her hoodie. It's actually more of a house coat. And you know, that's not to say that I had a perfect upbringing. You know, the military life was hard on me in ways. You know, moving every 4 years, never being able to trust that I would be in the same place twice. You know, it really limited a lot of friendship and opportunities for friendship. So, you know, I don't want to pretend like my experience has been without struggle as well. Like, I can obviously, as Miss Books was saying, I can relate to certain experiences because I haven't had the same experiences, but I've had very similar emotional states due to my experiences. And I lived in a house where empathy and sympathy were very, very important. And I also kind of, and this has stabbed me in the back on several occasions, but I don't let it change me. I always default to people are misunderstood and they do not know how to express themselves in a situation. Like, whenever someone's rude to me, I don't assume it's because they're a bad person. I assume it's because they are feeling a way and they're not really sure how to express it. So I always default to giving people grace in those kinds of situations. I never ever assume that there's malicious intent unless I see a lot of signs, and luckily, through my education and my degrees and everything, I've been able to recognize those signs in ways that I wasn't necessarily able to in the past. I come from a family where bad outweighs the good. And for you guys who are having or have had difficult experiences in your upbringing, know that you're not alone, and know that your upbringing does not define you. That is one of the biggest things where there's a lot of people, actually I would say most people in society, much of their psychosomatic issues stem from upbringing. It's baggage that you've carried with you all of your life, and you don't know how to drop the bag. And I don't have the answers for you in particular, but a good first step is this. Find a community, share your experience, know that you are not alone, and then do the work to move forward and become a better you. Because you can't control other people as much as you may want to. You have no control over exogenous forces that other people are kind of impressing upon you. You can only control yourself and your perspective. So, as much as it sucks that you might not be able to get closure with certain situations, you just need to focus on what you can control, which is yourself. It is your mental state. It is your happiness. It is your fulfillment that you need to focus on. And if those people are willing to meet you as you grow, then they can remain in your life. But if they're not willing to meet you as you grow, then it is what it is. But know that you have community here. Know that you have people that have similar experiences, and you have a place to land. And that is where I will leave that. I don't want to be too hardcore with it, but just know that this community is here for you for sure. It doesn't define you, but it does absolutely it shapes you. I've learned through therapy that there are certain parts of the brain development that get stunted when a child is exposed to constant trauma, and you don't get a do-over later to form those connections. Yeah, unfortunately, when it comes to neurotransmitters, it's kind of a use it or lose it kind of situation, but you can't necessarily make up for lost time, but you can get better. You can get better. Oh, whoops. Also, I see that some people are mentioning loss in the chat, and I'm not reading those messages just out of personal respect. You know, obviously if someone's watching the VOD, they can read chat, but I just, if chat's having a personal moment, I want us to, I don't want to necessarily be sharing it out loud, kind of thing. Not that it's a bad thing, but just out of respect, if that makes sense. Oh, hello. There he is. The Lish just died. I'm assuming that is Lishy Lish. That's fair, Jordy. That is completely fair. Okay. Okay, so I don't need to kill the Lish to get the relic, so the relic should be... It should be here. But I don't have anything. There it is. The talisman. This surely is the Order of the Hour's long-lost talisman. Lish dangerous, but you stronger. Ultima, together, strong. Oh, there we go. Dagoth coming in,
dungeon,
chat.
huh? I could tell you stories about large dungeons. I mean, I am well known for my assets. But even I must admit that there's a limit on what even I can handle. Uda freakta, anyone?
It was like, okay, this is humorous, but then at the end, Uda fricked anyone? Uda fricked indeed. Oh, no. There we go. Back to Wayrest. Okay, and then we'll go to the Mages Guild and we'll do some more training as well. There we go, 53%. Excellent. Back to Hogwarts. I smelled burning. Is everything all right? Oh, those are not anywhere near as bad as they smelled.
It's because I wiped down the coil.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, okay.
But I don't have the bandwidth to wash the nonstick pans, so the bottoms are...
Right. Also reminding you, you are now in the line of fire for the Quinn Cam. I am just letting you. I'm just letting you know, chat has control over the Quinn Cam, and they can now look at you. Well, nobody's redeemed it, but... Yeah, there you are now. Yeah, I know.
But you have food.
People online are looking at me.
I smell burning is Miss Books. No, Mrs. Books is an excellent cook. She wiped the coils down. Yays, welcome in. She wiped the coils down on the stovetop, and that just created burning smell. Books is cruising with that comment. Squish, welcome in. Happy Monday. I hope everybody, actually, I do hope everybody is having a great Monday. My day was incredibly boring, actually.
What'd you do?
So, My day was one of those days where it was ridiculously easy work to the point where I didn't even have to pick up a tool. It was just doing like diagnostics and that sort of thing. So I'm tired today, literally from boredom. I am just bored tired. If that makes sense. It's been a Monday, but it's Naya's birthday. Chat, can we please get some feel-good emotes? It's probably a bug. Could we please get some feel-good emotes in the chat for Naya, one of the fur babies of the community? As Toby is being absolutely ridiculous right now. Well, Toby's like right in the way of the Quinn cam right now. And there's a cooldown, so it doesn't get spammed like too much. She and Timby obviously were thoroughly spoiled today. What'd you do? How did you spoil them? Here, I can lower the cooldown if you guys would like. Here, let me do that. I will lower the cooldown. Let's do... Where is it? There it is. There, the cooldown has been lowered. The cooldown has been lowered. The Argonians stole my McNuggets. See, this is the problem. You put food right beside me, and then I'm just sat here trying to talk to chat, and I'm just drooling. We have pot stickers, chat. They got some extra snackies on their walk, extra snackies throughout the day, plus a special little pup Reese's Cup type treat, 2 new toys, and a puzzle toy. Quinn is a lady, Luna. Quinn is a lady. Toby is my little shithead.
Yeah.
Yeah, Quinn is named after Harley Quinn. Because she's a shit, like Harley Quinn. Hey, Toby, can you lie down? Dad, you have treats, I have food. Stay away from my food. Shusher, welcome in. Books. Oh. Fave Stormhawk character and who would win if Cyclonus and Sterling had a rematch? Oh my god, I haven't actually watched. Probably Finn. Actually, who's the big guy? No, Stormhawks is when they rode like the flying motorcycles. And they all looked kind of like they didn't have quite they were, you had humans, but then you had people with kind of like dog. Junko is my favorite. I love Junko.
Oh, yeah. No, there was...
He like beats the shit out of you, he's like, sorry.
Wasn't there a thing that had dragons? Similar animation style?
Thing that had dragons and a similar animation style, probably. I just can't remember it. You are never gonna find it. We do have Canadians in the chat right now, so you might actually have someone who could tell you. That is smart. Yes, Stormhawks was on YTV. Fire and Ice. Fire and Ice.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, let's train Restoration and see what that gets us. We're still at 53%. We need more dungeons, chat. We need more dungeons. By the way, Martin, I mentioned it last stream, but you really aren't gaining a lot of XP towards your level with such high use of destruction. You should leg it with Shortblade and a lot... you should leg it with Shortblade a lot this stream so you can start working on that. Okay. I do have the Ebony Dagger, which can put in some mad work for me, so I will do that. I'm gonna be using Restoration a lot as well. We are good. By the way, could I get one of the mods to give a shout out to Squishy-ish in the chat? She is one of the best stream friends of the stream. Great community, great vibes there, great games. Games that I don't know, well, okay, not games that I normally don't play. She does play Hollow Knight and Hades and stuff like that, but there's also games like Peak, and I'm not into games like that, so it's nice hanging out with Squish because I get a taste of games that I wouldn't normally be playing, which is fun for me. Just because you won't play a game doesn't mean you won't watch a game, as we like to say. And Squish is currently addicted to Hades, which is one of my favorite roguelike games, and I'm just getting so much joy from watching her experience Hades for the first time. It is amazing. It's so addictive. It is so addictive. I actively avoid Hades because of how addictive it is. Mrs. Books can attest, when I started playing Hades, I was lost to the basement. You didn't. I grew a Gandalf beard. Even though Elysium F's your shit every time, see, you get to the point eventually where you can get all the way to Hades, like, no issue. And you actually have to give yourself challenges so that you're actually not breezing through everything. Cheshire, welcome into the chat. Sorry I did miss you. I did see your name. I'm working on your stuff. You'll get it later. Oh, that's awesome, Cheshire. Thank you so much. And chat, Cheshire is amazing. Cheshire is helping me a lot with my voiceover stuff. Helping me a lot. So, some love emotes to Cheshire in the community, please. You guys are awesome, and everything that I have as a creator is, yes, I do a lot of hard work, but it is down to the fact that you guys show up. It is down to the fact that you guys have invested in this space and you are building this thing with me. So thank you all for being here. Thank you all so much. What? You've not only retrieved the sacred talisman, but you also killed evil Gromos. You are truly one of Akatosh's favored ones. You will surely rise far in the order. Praise to great Akatosh. I had not allowed myself to hope that you would actually succeed. Akatosh's favor will surely shine upon you for this deed. As a small token of the temple's gratitude, please accept this enchanted battle axe. And my axe. Which I will promptly sell. Thank you. Where's the store? I don't know, they probably can't hear you right now. Chat, were you creeped out by Reboot? Sound off. If you are Canadian in the chat, were you creeped out by Reboot? I don't think... Wait. Okay, that was just Canadian, right? Americans didn't get Reboot.
I don't think so.
Okay, Luna doesn't even know what Reboot is. Luna, look up Reboot. Look up Reboot.
I don't know if it's just because I didn't...
Okay, so you got Reboot. You got Reboot. Not the beard! I mean my axe. Reboot was a little weird.
I don't know if it's just because I didn't see it from the beginning or what, but...
It didn't necessarily creep me out, but it was the animation style that I found slightly off-putting.
Yeah.
It's the fact it was early CG,
Look,
and all the movement was incredibly wooden. All the movement in Reboot was incredibly wooden. It almost didn't feel real, which is kind of ironic given the subject of the show, but...
I mean, they are robots.
Never heard of it, and I'm basically a diet Canadian. Let's just go to the equipment store.
It was made in 1994.
Yeah.
I didn't think it was that.
I mean, one of the main shows that I watched as a kid was The Hilarious House of Frightenstein in the morning, and that was released in the 70s. Well, okay, so the only reason I got to watch The Hilarious House of Frightenstein is because when we lived in Ontario, my baba, my grandmother, was watching me most of the time, and my mom had to drive us all the way from the country to my baba's house so she could watch us prior to school. So as like a 10-year-old kid, I would be getting woken up at 4:30 in the morning, and I would get all those really weird old 70s Canadian shows that nobody had watched in decades because I was up at 5 in the morning. Like, I didn't go to sleep once I got to my baba's. So my mom would wake me up at 4:30. We wouldn't even have breakfast. We would just head right out. We'd get dropped off at my baba's, and then my brother and I would normally sit downstairs and watch TV while my sister went and slept. And right around, I want to say 7 in the morning, Baba would come down and grab us and tell us that she had made breakfast for us. Most of the time, she spoiled the crap out of us, so a lot of the time we got Belgian waffles. So she would make us Belgian waffles with whipped cream and fresh fruit. A lot of the time. Oh my god, she spoiled the crap out of us. It was decadent breakfasts. On a bad day, I would get a bagel with cream cheese. Like, she would not...
You know how expensive those breakfasts
Oh,
are?
oh yes, absolutely.
I can't afford cream cheese.
Inflation is brutal. Have you ever priced out your fancy grandma breakfasts, chat? Accounting for inflation? Almost Canadian here, and I don't know what you're talking about, but I'm not Canadian, just almost. Would you like me to eat my last pot sticker?
No, I'm not ruthless about taking dishes out of people's hands like you are.
Look, if I don't take the dishes out of your hands, you will sit there for 45 minutes, scrolling your phone, thank you.
And I don't mind doing so.
Yep.
Because it doesn't pain me to have a bowl sit in my lap.
Of course I've watched Corn and Gas. Also, rent-free quote of the day from Stormhawks. We just came to have some air chili and practice our wrestling moves, and you just had to blow up all the air chili. That's exactly what people are like here. That carries. Ooh, I needed that coffee.
Masera.
Iron flail. Iron battle axe. Sell a couple arrows. Jorg, welcome in. Chat, you know what to do.
Fire and war. Come, Nerevar. Come and look upon
Oh yes. Alright, we need to go to the bank now. I weigh way too
Lay
much.
down your weapon. It is not too late for my mercy. Come and look upon my
Gotta head north.
upon my heart.
Northward bound.
I'm a god. How can you kill a god? What a grand and intoxicating innocence. I'm a god. How can you kill a god? Shame on you, sweet Nerevar. I'm a god. I'm a god.
Playing some Bannerlords 2 and Where the Winds Meet. This has been blowing up on my algorithm. It's a new MMO, right? Where the Winds Meet is a new kind of Eastern-styled MMO. I'm assuming I'm going to be seeing every single streamer and their dog streaming it soon. I know a game is popular when I see, like, Pirate Software and Stormfall and other streamers like that pick up the game. No, you closed. Oh, you suck. You suck. The Beaver and Giant. Let's go. Can't believe you sold that skirt. It was waiting for Cyvaris to get it. Unlurk, bow down before me. I mean, hi. Dev, welcome in. Welcome in, Dev. Single player online PvP online co-op. Yeah, so MMO. Fi-Hat played it a bit. Seems okay at the start. Not sure how the end game is. Okay. It, like, honestly, if it's massive multiplayer online, it's not really my shtick. It really isn't. I'm way too much of a single player experience kind of guy. Four gold pieces. Until fully healed, please. Did brave Sir Cyvaris bravely run away from— No, I killed the Lich. I slew him. I've defeated the Lich. We are now over 50% of the way. Dragon is telling me I need to be using my short blade way more, which, as much as it pains me, literally, I will be doing. Lich, please. The cheese-mancy goes hard. That is exactly why we use it. All hail the Cheesemancer. Where the Winds Meet is an RPG with solo and online modes, not a traditional persistent MMORPG. I do understand the distinction, but ultimately, you know, you can play World of Warcraft as a single player experience. Like, if you really don't want to, like, join up with anyone, you can play it like that, so it's kind of semantics at that point. If you have online connectivity with a giant community, it's kind of massive multiplayer online, in my mind. I know that's wrong. Objectively, it is wrong, but that is my perspective. Yeah, otherwise you're gonna stagnate forever. Your destruction is at 100, what do you expect to get from that? Kills. It's my comfort place. I make thing go boom. That is my identity. Thing go boom. Okay, speaking of for a while, let's do 8 hours. Pardon me. Oh my god, how's it I've now rested 16 hours. Make it make sense, chat. Please be day. There we go. Alright, onto the horse. Let's go to the Bank of Wayrest. Drop off our coin, because we are very over-encumbered. And then time for some more dungeons. That is true. That is completely true. Nothing unsettles you in bed like a naked Nord. Deposit 9,000 gold. Thank you. Alright, back to it, chat. Yes, let's actually look here. So we do have mysticism. How am I this fight? I'm fantastic. I'm very tired. I was a bad boy. I only got 5 hours of sleep, and it was all my fault. But I had a good day. Good, but boring. It was one of those days where you didn't touch a tool, you weren't actually, like, doing work. You were just kind of chilling out, and 5 hours is my sweet spot. Yeah, no, not for me. Not for me. I'm a chronic fatigue boy. If I don't get 10 hours, I feel like shit. And normally I'm getting 7. So normally I feel like shit, but at least it's a well-rested feel like shit. 5 hours is legitimately not well-rested. See, chronic fatigue is interesting because you feel tired, but you're not actually physiologically exhausted. You just feel tired. So we do have thaumaturgy. I raised you my 4 hours last night, so guys, you getting less sleep is not something to beat your chests about. Go to bed. Get some sleep, guys. You can rarely get more than 5 hours. Why do you think that is? I'm going to challenge you guys a little bit. Why do you think that is? Oh, you'd like to see my destruction? So this is my spellbook right now. May. This is my spellbook. That is my problem too. If I'm video editing Cheshire, I completely lose track of time. Coffee is all over my drawn attacks towards my missed sleep. Yeah, because I thought I would be using Shortblade a lot more. So yeah, I've got Shock, I've got Fireball, Chameleon. What school is Chameleon?
Actually, I had a... Oh no, I lost it. Oh wait. Nope. There it is.
Okay. Cheat sheet acquired. Because it doesn't tell you what school your spell is in, so you do have to look. So Troll's Blood would be a really good spell, actually. We have Spell Absorption, we have Wisdom. Holy Touch. Dispel Undead. Holy Word. Null Magica. Okay, this is all mysticism. Do you have access to soul gems? Both Soul Trap and Banish Daedra are in mysticism. Maybe Saivars can go on a personal spree collecting infernals. Ooh. I do like these. I do like collecting infernals. We have Spell Reflection, Quiet Undead, we have Levitate. What school is that? That is Thaumaturgy. Illusion. Do have light. I do kind of like the thaumaturgy spells. Like the charming spells. My dog ate my cheat sheet. Some good art could come from that. Personally, I just get work done at night typically. I usually get a solid 7-8 hours, but sometimes I lose track. Yeah, I'm a night owl as well. Like, even if I was full-time, I would generally stream within this time slot. Like, 6 to 12 is kind of just... It's the time slot that I do best with. And then I would just sleep in during the day. I thought you were using custom spells. Some of my spells are custom, I believe. I forget, there is one. Ah, yes, Smarticle. Fortify attribute intelligence and willpower. Makes me smart. And then I've got I'm Tired, Boss, which is heal fatigue 3 times. I'm neither a night owl or I'm neither a night owl nor an early bird. I'm a perpetually exhausted pigeon. Why destroy them when you can own them? Cyvarus, probably. I do like the idea of some thaumaturgy spells. I do like this idea. Okay, so I can even buy spells that I already own. Interesting. Hand of Sleep. I'm assuming that's destruction. Yep, Hand of Sleep, that is destruction. Shadow Form. Shadow Form would be nice. Actually, Troll's Blood would be good too. Okay, we'll buy some Troll's Blood. Oh, that's right, I got rid of a bunch of my gold. Poop. Troll's Blood would be nice for close encounters. So, you know what I'm gonna do? I have Troll's Blood now. So, what I can do here is I can pop Troll's Blood prior to an encounter. And let's see, I think I have 8 free. Yes, I do. I mean, the original idea was to make Cyvarus a wizarding master, right? So I say it's time to hit those books, and by books, I mean trainers. Yeah, I think regenerate better than heal, I don't know. Oh, question for books. How do you hold yourself accountable? If you don't get something during the day that you wanted to without feeling guilty about it, get your feelings out of the equation. That's going to be the big one. So, understand that derailment is okay. Accountability is kind of a weird thing, right? So, the way I make myself accountable is I set a deadline. So I want this done by this time. And I make it a reasonable timeline. So I don't say in the morning, I want this done by the evening. Unless it's like doing the dishes or that kind of thing. So if it's an essay, for example, I need this essay done. Well, I would prefer to get the essay done early. So I look at the due date, I look at the current date, and I say, okay, I would like to have the essay done here. And I do, say, a week in advance of the due date. Then, hopefully, I meet that timeline, and I make time, I deliberately make time to hit that task every single day. How do you do that for hobbies? Well, okay. What do you mean by hobbies? That's really important, because a hobby should not have a deadline. A hobby is for fun. If I'm voice acting for fun, if I'm streaming for fun, there is no deadline, there is no schedule, there's nothing. So you're not talking about a hobby. You're not talking about a hobby right now. You need to give yourself that distinction. It's something you might enjoy, and it's something you might have done as a hobby, but if you're speaking about setting a deadline for that thing, you are no longer speaking of it within the context of a hobby. You are monetizing or something. So you're turning it into a task. It is not a hobby anymore, it is a task. And that is different, and that is where you get into what I'm talking about, which is accountability structures, setting a schedule, making time for yourself. Thank you, that's the disconnect I've been missing. You're welcome. But if it's a task, make time every single day. So, Luna, I'm a very visual person. Your voice is really cool. Thank you very much, mate. Thank you very much. So, Luna, if you have a hard time conceptualizing your schedule, which I do, by the way, I'm a very visual guy. I'm a very visual guy. I think in images, I don't think in abstractions. So, what I like to do is I like to get a calendar, like a physical calendar, and I write things down. I make sure that I am... his voice is cool. I wonder if he's played any good books lately. Who's to say? Who's to say? So I get an actual calendar, and whenever I have a task, I will write that thing down. I write the due. So I write the start date, I write the due date, and then I write my intended meeting of the completion of that task. And that gives me a visual representation of, okay, how much time do I have? Now, to avoid procrastination, you can go even farther with this. What you can do is you can actually schedule by the day and by the hour. Now, this is really hardcore, but I did do this during university. So I give myself an entire spreadsheet of my day, 12 a.m. to 12 a.m. So midnight to midnight, 24 hours. And I literally write down, 10 p.m. to 5 a.m. sleep. 5 a.m. to 6 a.m. morning routine. 6 a.m. to 7 a.m. commute to work. 7 a.m. to 3 p.m. work. 3 p.m. to 4 p.m. commute home. 4 p.m. to 5 p.m. evening routine. 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. spend time, like personal time. 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. work on side projects. 9 p.m. to 10 p.m. get ready for bed. Rinse and repeat ad infinitum. So if you're really having a hard time conceptualizing time and meeting tasks, you need to flesh out your day in a concrete way. And doing this, it's not just a vacuous thing. You're providing yourself with a visual representation, and you're actually thinking about how you spend your time. So you're showing where the waste occurs. Because if you're like, well, I've got loads of free time from 12 p.m. to 3 p.m., and I'm not doing anything, I'm doom scrolling during those hours. Well, there you go. That is time that you can use to allocate towards your tasks. It's very, very good for that. 12 a.m. to 12 a.m. Breathe. What? Speaking of books, there's actually a great mod. Yeah, I know. Daggerfall. There's a mod for that. There's actually a great mod, yeah, I know, that I myself use called, coincidentally, Skill Books. It turns training into usable items to study, including ye old tomes of magics. You're gonna have to send that to me. You are gonna have to send that to me. That is interesting. I salute that one. Oh shit. Okay, I gotta go grab gold. Right after I go to the bank, that's when I decide to spend a bunch of gold. We must train! I also really love how you actually go through the seasons in this game. Like, there's actually going to be snowfall here at one point. Let's do 4K. Okay, so you sent it? Okay, perfect. I'll probably be able to have that ready for the next Daggerfall stream. Almost. Right here. Let us train. I would in restoration, please. You and the trainer practice for 3 hours. The trainer tells you to reflect on what you've learned and see if you can put it to good use. Tell me about seasons, as I've traveled the beaten path to find the Glenmoral witches. I went to summer to autumn. You literally went through a whole season. Now, I'm curious. In Daggerfall, are the seasons stock to the game, or what is the interaction? What is the behavior? Boom, 59. 59. You just bear with me, my mod list is currently sitting at 121, so I have something for everything. Shadowwing, welcome in. I think temperate regions get snowy in winter. Well, I know that you have seasons, but I don't know if that's Daggerfall Unity, or if that's like stock Daggerfall, if that's the original release of the game. I think it's the original release of the game. Okay, cool. In that case, that is brilliant. I want you guys to conceptualize something, like, to go back in time for a moment, and to understand how utterly insane a game like Daggerfall must have felt back in 1996. To have day-night cycles, to have seasons, to have an expansive procedurally generated world, to have an excellent story, to have all these things that, frankly speaking, for the time, were absolutely unprecedented. I know that a lot of people... I get comments a lot when I talk about Daggerfall and I post shorts. I often get told that I'm gaslit when I'm talking about this kind of thing. Basically, rationalizing a shitty old game. Making it sound like it's better than it is. And this is kind of a major aspect of why I created my channel, which is just because it's old, just because the mechanics are a little bit dated, does not make things any less remarkable. This game came out in 1996. you need to realize how groundbreaking a game like Daggerfall coming out in 1996 is. The recency bias of technology is palpable within this day and age, and anything less than 4K is unfathomable to us. Even 1080p at this point is like, pfft, why would I run in full HD when I can have 4K? You distract me when you do that.
My slippers are stretched out. I can't walk properly down the
I'm aware. So no, I mean you just when I'm speaking.
This?
Yes, when I'm speaking.
This?
Yes. I was on a rant, woman. I can't. That's my point.
Okay.
I've lost my thought because
I
you
don't-
clip-clopped downstairs.
Yeah, that sounds accurate.
It was clippity-cloppity.
Clippity cloppity. They'll remind you what you were saying. Would you like
Would I like what?
hot drink? I'm boiling a
Could you throw this into a mug and warm?
kettle. I guess I could. Also have a concept.
Okay.
Yu-Gi-Oh! But with tarot cards.
You have to speak louder.
I'm speaking to you.
Oh. You're deliberately whispering so they don't hear you. Gotcha.
No. I just don't feel like doing it.
Okay, Yu-Gi-Oh! With tarot cards.
That's it. I guess if your opponent pulls the tower card, you lose all your life points, I guess. But
So Yu-Gi-Oh! There's no difference.
okay, but what card's Kuribo then?
I don't know tarot. I come back and Books is still enjoying the same dance routine. Kinda sus. Look, this is where I'm currently getting my quests from. Here.
Yeah, you paying for her?
I will... No! This is a house of God, actually.
Oh.
This is Akatosh's house. He's paying for her.
Have you seen the images of Akatosh?
We don't talk about DeviantArt in this house. Be gone, woman!
Did I tell you I'm the reason it was banned from school?
Take your DeviantArt away from this place. Yes, so come back. At least you're not in the Nakey room, that is true. That is true. At least it is an uncensored Daggerfall. Alright, now... the missing scholar. Disciple, one of our clerics, a man in a blue coat named Theodaster Hawkham, has disappeared while on an archaeological dig. Will you help find him? You're asking for the couch tonight? No, this is just how Mrs. Books and I talk to each other. It's fine. It's fine. That's good. Good. Now then, Theodaster Hawkham went to the ruins of Hearthfield Orchard close to a fortnight ago to conduct a dig. It's possible that all is well, but I'll give you 16 days to go there and find Theodaster and come back. Akatosh walk with you, disciple. Fare thee well. So we have Hearthfield Orchard. Okay, Hearthfield Orchard. Yes. Begin. I know I said I'm neurotypical, Chad, but I did mean it when Miss Books walks downstairs and I'm in the middle of a rant. It's like I'm locked in to my own kind of world, and that breaks me out of it, and then I don't remember what I'm talking about. Completely breaks my train of thought. Speaking of, hello. Thank you. See, once you're actually here, it's fine. It's specifically when you're coming down the stairs. I think it's because I'm anticipating your presence. So I'm anticipating an interruption.
Yeah.
So I just, like, lose my train of thought. Do you love my rants, chat? I feel like they get old fast.
But I live with
You don't count. Okay, where's the dungeon? No, Dev is sitting there with a squirt bottle going, "Bad dragon! No humping the books!" Name the movie reference, chat. Woman.
I meant the spray bottle and the stick.
You can't tell me what to do. Okay, where is the dungeon? This is insane. Yam Bams and Cranberry is the best trained horse this side of Iliac Bay. Okay, so when you enter an area, you're always faced towards the dungeon. So let's do it again. Hearthfield Orchard. I reposted a message up above I think you would find extremely interesting. Okay, so it's right around there. That's why. Repost. It took me 2 hours and I had to use an old Daggerfall form about a week after the game came out to find the Glenmoral Witches. Yeah, the fact that you even found the needle in the haystack that is Glenmoral, it is insane. Okay, chat, I've been live for 2 hours. I am going to take this opportunity to have a BRB, so I'm going to leave you with the BRB screen. I will see you guys after ads. So, just hang in there a moment. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to collect foreskin for Dagoth Ur. Vivek mole-egged his ball. So much so that it made history. They wrote a book about it. The entire sermon is a prolonged allegory about post-nut Claire. No, I can't. I can't do it. Oh, wait. You wanna know the best part about the Hist? Their entire existence is a pun. They're arboreal appearing entities that exist outside of space-time. They see all the timeline, forward and backward. They're Hist trees. God damn it. You want more? You just saw your buddies get killed, man. Did he grabbed my arrow. Guys.
早上好，中国。现在我有冰淇淋，我很喜欢冰淇淋，但是速度与激情9比。冰淇淋速度与激情9，我最喜欢。所以现在是音乐时间，准备1、2、3。2个礼拜以后，速度与激情9X3。不要忘记，不要错，国际的去电影院看《速度与激情9》，因为非常好，电影动作非常好，差不多一样。冰淇淋再见。
Come at me, scrub lords, I'm ripped. Okay.
Don't listen to the Elder Scrolls lore wiki Nerevar. Gnomes are very real.
Fuck!
Very long time, the Vorworms can get on top of you in a pretty big way. Cheers, fellas. They don't want the smoke. Oh my god. All right, well, let's go, buddy. It's okay, we're fine, it's fine. I am not a sociopath with a long history of violence. Oh, little secret area. Secret tunnel, secret tunnel. Oh god. Sir, your skin. This is why we tell you to wear sunscreen. SPF 60, minimum. Guy needed SPF 1000 after the trip from Red Mountain. Certainly looks like that. Necro's last words, a guy with a beautiful voice. He makes me melt. Ooh woo. Ooh woo. No, we need more. I need more. Chat, I need more cowbell. Lead them to Balmora?
All right, that's enough of that kind of stuff. The mod author knows this is a complete tone shift, but just felt like it was important for you to hear. Let's get back to sex jokes and fantasy racism.
Let's indeed. Welcome back from ads, everyone. Thank you so much for your patience. I hope that you were enjoying the stream clips. Now, let's find our way to this bloody dungeon. Okay, so I was pointed pretty well this way. So it's roughly in this area. Like, so, Mr. Hawkham, fuck. There it is. There it is. All right, blades out, everybody. Let's see what we can find. Oh, Troll's Blood is nice. Yes! Let's cast Troll's Blood. There we go. A dead monk! Alright, Troll's Blood is definitely very, very good. So we're gonna be rolling with that quite extensively. It is very mana hungry, though. It's either gonna be a rock or a whole castle. Like, that's kind of the weird thing, right? Okay, heal. Heal up. There it is. Oh, we're fine. Shit. I have no more. There, holy. After becoming a lycanthrope, I attack way too fast now. Most enemies can barely touch me. See, this is the interesting thing about learning about your playthrough for me. I'm training short blades a little bit, but I'm using the fact that using my short blade hurts me to train restoration. So it's basically an excuse to train my restoration skill. Which Troll's Blood is... Yeah, Troll's Blood is one of the higher level restoration spells by the looks of it. Yeah, and actually, let's do a little check mark. Just make sure that I know we have it. So yeah, it's not necessarily that I would like training in short blade, it's just, it is convenient. It is convenient to my purpose. And it's a little bit more mana efficient. Or sorry, Elder Scrolls Magicka. I always do that. I might, see how this goes, chat. Can I actually hit him? That one I consider legitimate. I wasn't able to hit him. Just so you know, spamming attack clicks doesn't stack. It doesn't register until the previous attack cycle is complete. Gotcha. Gotcha. So do not button mash is essentially what I'm hearing. Okay. Troll's blood, keeping my health topped off. Oh boy. Oh, she's a big one. All right. Okay. Oh, he did some damage. Come on, Troll's blood, do your stuff. Well, hello. Whatever that is, I think it wants to eat me. Okay, full health. There. I'm learning. Whatever that is might be running to go get Werner's. Okay, we're healing up. We are healing up.
You know what brings my piss to a boil? Tape. Specifically, a roll of tape. The point of tape is that it's sticky. That physical property ironically causes such anguish. Despite engineered attempts to thwart this reality, tape will inevitably stick to itself. It will find its way loose from the plastic holder and become stuck in a perpetual loop. The dispenser represents humanity's vain efforts to keep the tape from sticking to itself. Tape will fight you and win every time. It will fuck you up.
Ladies and gentlemen, the tape paradox. You heard it here first. Dagoth has told us about the tape paradox. We all knew it existed, but now it has been given new life through the words of Dagoth. Warped, welcome to chat, my friend. I hope that you're having an amazing Monday, or whatever day it happens to be. And I'm trying not to die. What is everyone up to this Monday? How was the start of the week for you guys? Oh shit, okay. Hi. It's fine. Troll's blood, please. Okay. Oh, don't die. Okay. Troll's blood's wearing off. There. Nice. I'm getting better, chat. I'm getting better. It's actually going relatively well for me. Oh, that was the console. I want escape. Escape. Besides lack of sleep, my Monday was okay. I got decluttering and some general cleaning done. I was too tired to take doggos for a walk, but the other day... but you did do so the other day, so it was okay. Yeah. And you're the one with the chihuahuas, right? And yes, I know that is wrong, but I said it anyways. Oh, this is doing wonders for me. This is doing wonders for me. Okay. Come on, then. Come on. This feels surprisingly tactical. I didn't realize how easy the fireball spell had made things for me. Now that I'm having to fight in melee, I'm having to be extremely tactical and make very specific choices with movement. Like, this is actually kind of insane. For a game of this vintage, this is really wild how immersing this combat actually is. If you get the double clank sound, that is the cue that your hit frame timed perfectly with the enemy's hit frame, and ending in a parry, when otherwise it would have hit you. Enemies don't parry, but you can. So I am actually blocking. That is cool. Especially because my short blade is incredibly low. This skill is not high for me. Let's go. There we go. Okay, I gotta draw her in. There. They carry so much gold too, this is fantastic. This is very good for us, chat. Very good indeed. Okay, so we haven't progressed much more. But it's not bad. Yeah, let's up our fatigue somewhat. Now, Daggerfall aficionados in the chat, I'm curious. In Morrowind, your fatigue bar is incredibly, and I do mean incredibly important. So, I'm wondering, when it comes to Daggerfall, does your fatigue bar actually contribute to the success of hits? I did, you're right, I did completely create a dependency on destruction magic. Because it's fantastic, to be fair. When your restoration reaches 95, you can try to make your regeneration even better and become immortal. Yeah, Troll's Blood would be insane. Like, high restoration, Troll's Blood will be immense. Like, I'm mopping the floor with these guys, and I have a very low skill. Shit. Right? Melee combat can be a lot more tactical than what may be seen at first glance. With differing cycle speeds, attack patterns, etc. Yeah, this is... Well, and this is the thing, chat. Oh shit, I lost my Troll's Blood. Not good. Not good. Fatigue is just a go sleepy bar? Gotcha. There are enemies nearby. Oh, shit! Oh, no! Run, run, run as fast as you can. You can't catch me. I'm the gingerbread man. Or are they fighting each other? Yes! Enemies nearby? That's fine. We meet again. But now I have my troll blood back. I got that tiger blood in me. Duh, winning. Please don't die after I said that. So close. I feel like the answer is obvious, but Daggerfall, Morrowind have very different control schemes, in my opinion. They do, actually. I mentioned this the other day. This is something that I find incredibly fascinating as I play Daggerfall. Daggerfall uniquely, as well. This game, to me, doesn't necessarily feel like an Elder Scrolls game. It's set in the Elder Scrolls universe, yes. But there's a lot about this that feels very much like its own thing. And I think that that's really, really cool. And I'd be curious to see what your opinions are on that. Do you guys think that Daggerfall feels like it is actually within a continuity that includes Morrowind? Because I think lore-wise it definitely does, but you have to dig for lore. I think that play-wise, Daggerfall feels like a completely different experience. The control scheme is different, the aesthetic is different, the mood of the world is different. There's something very oppressive in the world of Daggerfall. I asked you a question about if you liked what combat system you preferred more or less up above with fatigue and such. So, I will be honest. As of right now, I'm having a lot of fun, a lot more fun, I should say, with the combat structure of Daggerfall. There's something about this combat, it's very simplistic. I'm not going to say, there's some tactics to be had within this combat, for sure. And I wouldn't say Morrowind necessarily requires more tactics than Daggerfall within combat. It's really just that, control distance, try not to get hit. It's much like fighting in real life, honestly. Control distance, try not to get hit. But the overall aesthetic of the fight in Daggerfall, I find to be almost whimsical. It just gives me this kind of I don't know, I get a kick out of it. I really do get a kick out of it. It's when it comes to ranged combat that isn't magic that I think Morrowind and subsequent games kind of take the cake. Skyrim, Oblivion, and Morrowind have way better ranged combat, I would say, than Daggerfall. The only reason that my magic build works in Daggerfall is because I'm using the spell absorption build. So if I didn't have that honestly requires that I get up close and personal anyways. I can't really kill things from a distance, so. Well, that's to be expected. Arena is basically more or less a cut-and-paste generic fantasy D&D like dungeon crawler, whereas Daggerfall was the genesis of a franchise that evolved more thereafter. Absolutely. I'm not saying that, Daggerfall's better or worse than Morrowind. I think that each of them have something very important to contribute to the overall thing that is the Elder Scrolls. And I actually think it's cool that the Elder Scrolls has games that are different from Morrowind and Oblivion and Skyrim. The fact that Daggerfall gives you a very unique experience, I think that it's easy to recommend Skyrim and Oblivion. They are great games. They're very immersive. Skyrim does lack some RPG mechanics, but overall, they are great immersions into the world of the Elder Scrolls. But when it comes to Morrowind and Daggerfall, that is when things get very neat, in my mind. Because you're getting into some very alien kind of mechanics and worlds. Very deep RPG mechanics as well, when you get into these two games in particular within the franchise. The two, I would say, biggest pain points for players going back in the anthology. But I would argue that these are the games that did the most to actually flesh out the Elder Scrolls. Without Daggerfall, there was no Morrowind, and without Morrowind, nobody is interested in the Elder Scrolls. Without Morrowind, nobody would have been interested in the world, the universe of the Elder Scrolls. Morrowind really did a lot to flesh that out, and Daggerfall did a lot to lay the foundations. And I think that the experimentation that ultimately created Morrowind from Daggerfall's kind of baseline, it's so cool to see the growth. It's incredible, actually. Advantages and disadvantages system, cool. I like character creation in this game. And I would agree, the character creation, the immersion, everything in Daggerfall is incredible. But that is not to denigrate Morrowind. A fair point, though Oblivion being a launch title for the Xbox 360 introduced a massive number of people. That is true. And if Oblivion had missed the mark, this is the thing, right? We talk about games that lay the bedrock, that they lay the foundations for future titles. And that is all well and good. That is all well and good. But if the subsequent game, the sequel, does not meet expectations, then ultimately, nobody's gonna care, right? No matter how good Morrowind and Daggerfall are, if Oblivion was bad, nobody would care. In fact, this is going to be true of the Elder Scrolls Chapter 6. If the Elder Scrolls 6 is bad, it does not matter how good Morrowind and Oblivion and Skyrim and Daggerfall put together are. It's still a bad game. It is still inferior. So, you're totally right to say that Oblivion being a launch title for the Xbox 360 and being a fantastic game really helped it stand on its own two legs. That is 100% true, and you can't take that away from Oblivion, you can't. Not to say that I didn't myself enjoy Arena, or that it's not worth giving any time to, but it's solidly the least Elder Scrolls-like, if only for it being a baby form of what is yet to come. Yep. Actually, that is interesting, chat. What is a series that had one or two games that really formed a universe, created an interesting world, and the sequels completely disrespected it, and ultimately ended up relegating the franchise to obscurity? Now, the franchise has not been relegated to obscurity, but I would say Halo, with 4, 5, and Infinite. The disrespect to the source material, the misunderstanding of the source material in Halo. Mass Effect is another really good shout. The ending of Mass Effect 3 completely misunderstood why people played the game. the fact that you could not have given us an ending that was simply this. Shepard has spent the past 3 games building resistance to the Reapers. And now at the end of the game, you get no payoff. Just give us a payoff. Shepard lives, and the Reapers are defeated. That is all you had to do. That is all you had to do, and we would have been happy. Dead Space 3 was just a train wreck. Another really good shout. Another really good shout. There we go. Dead Imp. Okay. Now, let's actually look at the map, because we haven't really done that thus far. I mean, we have, and we haven't. Okay, looks like we are moving in the right direction. We do have a door right here. Let's keep this in mind, chat. Let's not forget about this. But we are down here, and we can continue. More damage. There we go. Scoring a lot of hits, but... There. These monks must be really high level because they have a lot of health and they carry a lot of gold. Super Mario 64. The fact that they made it 3D was a disrespect to all 2D games. It destroyed the legacy of Mario forever. I see a winky face, so I think you're being facetious. However, there are some people that actually probably do believe that. There are probably some people who believe that. See, you're behind the door. Why do you have to bash the door in too? Oh no. Shit. Oh, you're gonna suck. You're gonna suck to fight. Can I actually beat a skeleton? I might have to switch to destruction, chat. We've been doing well. We've been doing well. It's okay for me to use my fireballs every now and again. It's fine. We're fine. B-Tech, welcome in. Enjoy the lurk, my friend. I hope you're doing well today. I know work has kind of been wearing you out a little bit. So just know that the library stands behind you, and I hope that you are having a great Monday. Though I will say at some point, 007 games fell off, and I don't know if it was just changing public mood, or if they just forgot how to make 007 games. GoldenEye was really a product of its time. It was really a product of its time. And attempts to recapture that in subsequent titles, missing the mark. I think that it was simply just, you can't catch lightning in the bottle twice. GoldenEye was just a very unique moment in time, I think. Now, I will say that the new 007 game that I'm seeing trailers for looks fantastic. It looks really, really good. It's not GoldenEye, but it looks very good. The movies became more like games, and then everything became more like the Bourne series. Yeah. That's Jason Bourne. No, it's James Bond, you babbling idiot. Oh, Daggerfall skeletons are way worse. Daggerfall skeletons are the worst skeletons, and by worst I mean scariest, in all of Elder Scrolls. They're the worst to fight, by far. I know I'm button mashing, chat. I know I'm button mashing. I'm panicking. Okay, we got him. I was kind of looking forward to Idris Elba as James Bond. Definitely think he could pull... Oh, he definitely could. Oh, what was the show? I forget the name of the show. I think it's Luther. I think it's Luther or something like that, but he plays a detective. And him in that role very much made me feel like he could pull off James Bond. It did. Unfortunately, if he played James Bond, I feel like, and I will remind people of the chat rules because I am going to touch on a subject that is very touchy, but I feel like there would be a lot of backlash in the media if Idris Elba was cast as James Bond, if you catch my drift. He would probably be the one people would be the most okay with, but you would still have people freaking out in the forums and stuff. But that's the thing about media, you can't make everyone happy. And that's okay. You don't have to. Just do your thing, make your art, and... you know, you will be criticized. Holy... oh god. But if you're okay with the criticism and knowing that it's going to come, then just do what you're going to do. I remember when there were rumors of the next Bond being a lady, which I personally thought was neat. And there's many people who do think that's neat. There's many people who do. But there's an equal number of people, and I would say possibly more vocal people, that believe that that is unnecessary. And I get both sides, right? There's a want for these antiquated franchises to evolve. Quote unquote, get with the times, if you will. Now, I understand that. I understand that idea. But a counterpoint to that is, why not just make your own thing? At that point, why not just make your own thing, right? I think that the whole idea that the James Bond franchise would have to contain something like that is merely a studio using James Bond as an established vehicle, and the character becoming gender bent or whatever. I honestly don't feel like that's entirely necessary. And I feel like the only reason that, again, the James Bond nameplate would be there is to sell tickets. And to sell controversy, honestly, because rage sells. There's lots of people that would go see that movie specifically to be mad. But they would still buy a ticket. And this is kind of, actually, we've touched on something that I bring up in the stream a lot. And that is using your own new intellectual property. So, this whole idea of doing a gender-bent James Bond. Instead of using the James Bond franchise as a vehicle for that character that the writers clearly want to make, why not just make your own intellectual property that includes a James Bond-ish female spy that isn't in the James Bond franchise. It's its own thing. And this is where, in video games as well, I talk about remakes and remasters and everything, right? It's clear that a lot of developers want to just do something different. They want to make their own thing, but because that thing is not trusted to sell by a publisher or a producer, they put the skin of an existing franchise over top of that, and then they wonder why the fan base gets upset. They wonder why the fan base gets upset. And it's because you've been disingenuous to the original the original IP is not being earnestly honored. It's being used as a vehicle because the publisher wouldn't approve it otherwise. She's over here, chat. Come on, say hi. Chat would like to see you. Can you back up? Can you sit, please? Lie down. Thank you. Thank you very much. You're being very good. I appreciate you. Can you do a spin? Give me a reverse. Sit. You shake my hand. There you go. Okay. Sometimes she prefers the cool floor, so she sleeps at the base of the stairs, which is quite a ways over that way. But I don't know, guys, do you agree with my ideas and my points as far as that goes? I would prefer if something wasn't shoehorned, but you know how it goes, corporate greed and egos. I think that at the time it was mostly stemming from the theory that James Bond wasn't a single person but a codename. That is also true. It's the same thing as brand loyalty. Honda and Toyota sell cars on a reputation of reliability. James Bond sells tickets based on popcorn action flick vibes. It's interesting that you make the car comparison. I want to revisit that, but I do want to read some more messages. Spoon Mage, welcome in. I hope that you are having a great Monday. Enjoy your lurk, my friend. I hope the triplets are not eating you alive today. Yeah, I have no problem with introducing new characters, but if you replace an existing character for the sake of rage or representation, either one, you're not serving the fans. You're not serving the story. Honestly, to hell with the fans. A lot of the masses don't know what they want until they get it. Look at Star Wars. Nobody wanted Star Wars until it came out. But the one thing that I will say to that point is I think the car analogy is very astute, right? Imagine if, and actually this has happened, so this isn't actually a far-flung analogy. Imagine that the Honda and Toyota corporations all of a sudden started making high-end luxury vehicles. They no longer made reliable entry-level economy cars for the modern consumer. They make high-end luxury cars, and it happens it's just like that. No warning, nothing. They just announce it, and it's there. That is kind of the feeling people would have if, and the feeling they do have when franchises that are loved by them get changed on a dime. And I think the car analogy is a good one, right? We no longer make economy cars that are affordable for you and extremely reliable. We now make high-end luxury vehicles that will break constantly because they have experimental high-end features that are frankly a testing ground for the rest of the industry. Do you have any idea how mad Toyota loyalists would be? They would be furious, and as they should be. Because something they have trusted to stay the same changed. Now, change is good, but again, maybe start your own company. Maybe make your own IP. As opposed to, and then the sequels come out and no one wanted them. Yeah, yep. Okay, let's see, chat. There. Okay, so these two rooms were done. So we have this, and there's another room right here. Let's go through. But yeah, I hope you guys kind of take, the entire topic was not on my future bingo card. Seeing Michael Clark Duncan and Kingpin was epic in 2003, and nobody would doubt that guy was an intimidating crime boss. Michael Clark Duncan, I'm trying to remember the face. Oh my god. Wait. Did I? Chat, did I just lose? Oh, it broke. All right. A little bit of long blade. You know what? We're doing destruction. Poor ebony dagger. It hasn't been used in so long. Are you okay with some controversial takes? So, Enderman, you have agreed to some channel rules when you came into this chat. But if you're going to be able to touch on it with decorum, and I'm assuming that was your intent anyways, but the whole thing is, the whole reason that the rule is in place is to avoid a slippery slope. Now, we do dip our toes into some hot takes every now and again, but, oh, is that not working right now? Here, 1 second, dragon. Let me just open that up. It's there. Let me just make sure it works. Because that is an important one. We want that to work. Let's do... For me, it depends. I don't mind the example of Arcane's Prey from 2017 having the same name as Prey from 2006 if it means that Arcane's game could be greenlit because otherwise we might not have had the game in the first place. Sorry, I'm just multitasking. Okay, rules command is now working, guys. So exclamation point rules will now pull up rules command again. Okay, so for me it depends. I don't mind, for example, Arcane's Prey from 2017 having the same name as Prey from 2006 if it meant that Arcane's game could be greenlit because otherwise we might not have had the game in the first place. Again, I see what you're talking about. I do. But to say that Prey 2017 and Prey 2006 necessarily are the same game, have things in common, you know, it's having a nameplate for the sake of exposure. And I'm not always okay. I'm sometimes okay with that, but I'm not always okay with that, I would say. Okay, so we are swapping over to destruction because my ebony dagger is a short blade and I am not optimized for long blade at all. So if we don't want to die, fireball. Now what we can do is we can still pop Troll's Blood. Pretty sure Bethesda forced that name on them. Raphael Colantonio was not happy about it. Well, and that's the thing, right? That's kind of pushing my point, which is TLDR, decorum, dignity, and respect for both yourself and others. Absolutely. Absolutely. So, a hot take is fine as long as it's not deliberately going to derail the chat. If you're going to completely derail the chat with a actively politicized topic, I would ask respectfully that you don't do so, simply because we might have some strangers in the chat that are not a part of the community that we know to be able to have these kinds of conversations, and I do not want a situation where the mods are going to have to get involved and it becomes a mess and it just ruins the vibe of the stream. That's really, we're here to game, have industry conversations, and ultimately have a good time. It's a pretty case-by-case basis with most things, in my opinion. It's not great, but I've come to understand why the industry does it. It's true, it's a safe bet. It's a very simple reason that they do stuff like that. It is a safe bet. But the movies that we love, the things, the media that we love, really not a lot of these things played it safe. Daggerfall did not play it safe. Predator did not play it safe. Aliens did not play it safe. Lord of the Rings did not play it safe. And these things might have taken time to gain momentum, but ultimately the art was better because they took risks. They took big swings. Yes, yep, absolutely agree, Dragon. Yep, absolutely. And Enderman, I would like to just say thank you, by the way, for not necessarily, like, cutting yourself off, because I want people to make their points, but for understanding the rules. No, just for, you know, embodying the rules and the intention of them. I think that that was really, really cool of you. I'm not sure what your hot take is. You can send me a DM if you'd like, because we can have a conversation. That's totally fine. But we need to study and rebuild all industries based on the singular entity that is Gabe Newell. Valve does nothing and wins. Does things and wins harder. I've learned that I can ramble too much, and I've made enemies with friends because of being too stubborn. That is fair. That is fair. But know that this is a place that you're safe to have conversations, but as you've mentioned, right, it can be a slippery slope. Okay, I gotta... Long blade? Oh no. Oh shit. I'm actually scoring some hits here. There's a difference between being stubborn and being principled, but thank you for recognizing that this is a comfortable space even though we wander in conversation. Yeah, absolutely. And I have come to adore this community for that reason. You guys are, as much as I try to produce a safe space for all of you, you guys are, frankly speaking, you're a safe space for me. You're a place where, now I understand this is my platform, but you guys have given me a community. And not an echo, this is the thing that I love about this community. We are not an echo chamber. You guys disagree with me frequently, and it makes me better. I disagree with you frequently, and I hope that it makes you better. And these are the things that I think make a great community. One thing as far as politics goes nowadays is the idea of having a news station. You might ask what I mean by that, but a lot of news stations nowadays are biased towards one side or the other, which isn't really a news at this point. I feel like there's a certain criteria of talking politics, provided it's pretty neutral, just sharing facts. I stand for nuance. I stand for disagreement. I stand for well-mannered, respectful argumentation. So if you can stand with me, then you have a place here. But if you live in an echo chamber and you refuse to have a conversation, and by the way, we don't have hard conversations here. We're talking about the games industry ultimately. This is an industry emphasizing leisure, but it is art at the end of the day as well, which is why it's kind of emphatic conversation at times. And that's what this community stands for. We stand for nuance. And not getting too serious with the subject matter, I would say. In my opinion, a lot of companies do a disservice to minorities by cramming them into an old story and not trying to write their characters as well as the originals. This is bad for everyone. No, that is not too aggressive of a take. I can see why that would go downhill really fast, though. I would simply re-emphasize my previous take. I would simply re-emphasize my previous take, and ads are in 5 minutes, guys. Which is, instead of putting it onto an existing IP, make your own, make a new one, make something cool. And this is down to the publishers and producers. You need to provide developers with the wiggle room to make the cool stuff they want to make. Otherwise, you're going to be in the situation where it has to be an existing IP and you kind of, round shape in a square hole type situation. Like, it just doesn't work. And then you wonder why the fan base is upset. I think that the emphasis needs to be on new IP. I think the emphasis needs to be on creating new ideas and cool new franchises for people to latch onto. I think that's the emphasis. Witcher can't imagine how embarrassed Andrei Sapkowski was when he was invited to the set just for it to turn into a, oh yeah. The Witcher is one show where the writers clearly, they don't understand the source material, and they don't want to. They wanted to make a completely, same thing with The Acolyte, they wanted to make a completely different show. And a show that many people would have loved to have watched. But because it was under the Witcher IP, because it was under the Star Wars IP, you end up in a situation where you've just upset people. And that's not good. And it's not because the story that you are trying to tell is unworthy. It is because you have ham-fistedly placed it into an intellectual property where it does not belong. Yeah, buddy. Great balls of fire. I've been looking for you, Mr. Hawkham. Thank Akatosh you came. I've been searching for a way out for the close. I've been searching for a way out for close to a week. I'll follow you back to the temple. They just straight up said they disliked it, so they made the opinion known. Yeah, like it's not even a hot take to say the writers hate The Witcher. And here's the thing. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. The fan base is not happy with your show. And it's because you hate the story. It's because you've actively said, I don't like this and I don't want to make this. But I have to because money. And that's silly to me. And if publishers were just willing to say, okay, You, guy who actually likes The Witcher and wants to make The Witcher show great, you can make this. You, who was going to make The Witcher but had a completely different story in mind, okay, here, guess what? The Witcher's doing well because the guy who actually wanted to make the show is making it. You now have a budget to make your new thing. That is the way I want the industry to work. I want success stories of existing franchises funding new IP, nouveau, avant-garde, bleeding edge kind of stuff. I really do want that. I want these writers to be able to make their own stuff and to be able to succeed or fail on their own merits, not the merits of the franchise they're doing a disservice to by even making the media. I want them to, if you have such a good story, go ahead, make it. And it will succeed or fail on its own merits, not because it is The Witcher and not living up to the hype. Now I'm in danger of going down the rabbit hole. When I learned about the change in how reading is taught, it made so much sense why modern writers struggle. Oh yeah, like the education system of the world is doing a disservice to people. Absolutely. Absolutely. And the de-emphasis on tactile experience. This is something interesting, and I wonder if you guys would agree with me. There seems to be a de-emphasis through our technologies these days on tactile experiences. So a keyboard and mouse, even though it is technology, is a ultimately tactile experience, whereas a touch screen is antithetical to that. And most people are now experiencing media through a touch screen. So I wonder if you would agree that the human mind, language, everything like that is tied to all of the senses. So language, even though it is a visual emphasis, also has auditory aspects. It also has tactile aspects. Hell, I would say even scent is involved when reading a book, for example. And this de-emphasis on tactile experience and actually physically moving your way through the world and knowing how things work is really messing people up. It's really messing the youth up. And the millennial generation, I would argue, is one of the last generations that had this kind of old school kind of teaching technique where you were playing music, you were writing on pen and paper, yes, you had computer lab, but it was keyboard and mouse. You didn't have touch screens and that sort of thing. And this isn't trying to sound like a millennial boomer, whatever kind of guy. I'm just trying to say that for you to actually be a functional being within the world, mentally, physically, everything, you have to learn how to physically move through the environment. You need to learn how to do that. And that is one thing that I see is missing a lot of the time. Oh, multiple languages is very important, I would agree. Abandoning phonics for whole language reading has been a disaster. I used to think it was tactile, but I think it's mindset and thinking habits. That too. The abandonment of well, at least until post-secondary, because post-secondary is held to this, but I don't know for a fact if the scientific method, for example, is taught in schools anymore. I think it is, but You know, that is one major thing that teaches people how to think in a big way. See music in art classes? Yep, absolutely. Just because we're boomers doesn't mean it's invalid. Warped coming in with the question of the day answer. Easily Halo. For one specific reason, when they remade the trees, rocks, buildings, etc., they don't match the size of the original game. For instance, a tree can have a slimmer model in the remake, but the game still treats it as if we were having the size of original tree, which is kind of game breaking, because you think you're gonna shoot past the tree with your bullets, but you hit the tree instead. I hope you can understand what I mean despite my broken English. I know exactly what you mean, Warped. We've been talking about this quite a bit, actually, which is... Oblivion Remastered actually has a lot of these issues as well, right? Where you've basically just reskinned an old game using modern fidelity, and you've called it a new game. And at that point, what the hell are you doing? Just advertise the original game. You know, this is something that, it's kind of nagged me. And that is the idea that Halo Combat Evolved needs to get remade. What is wrong? Legitimate question. What is wrong with the experience of Halo Combat Evolved? The original game, warts and all. What is wrong specifically with that experience? And if you cannot tell me what is wrong with the experience of Halo Combat Evolved in its original form, why are we remaking it? Oh, it's to share Halo with new modern consumers. Well, if there's nothing wrong with the game, maybe you just re-advertise the old game. Maybe it's up to the previous generation to make sure that we are sharing our media with the new generation. I didn't know what Spider-Man was until my dad shared it with me. I didn't know what many of these great media franchises were until a member of a previous generation, the generation that gave me life, taught me. So instead of creating new remasters of all of these things that don't need them, there's nothing wrong with the experience of these things, we need to focus on porting it and making it affordable. That's really all we need to do. And then us, as the previous generation, need to share and show the new generation why we love what we love. That's one of the major cornerstones of this channel. A lot of people don't even know Daggerfall exists. And this channel is to give a voice to those voiceless games. It is to share the games of yesteryear and today that aren't getting the love they deserve with a new generation and an old generation. You're never too old to learn new tricks and like new things. You know, it is a cornerstone of why I do what I do. Don't let them do that. Bethesda keeps breaking Fallout 4 every time they update it. It's better as a standalone that doesn't break the original. Needs more cowbell. Halo needs more cowbell. To clarify, yeah, I know you're talking about Anniversary. Yep. I really hate the use of lighting in Oblivion Remastered because it's like they place torches every couple of inches just to show off the new fancy lighting from Unreal Engine 5. Like, ooh, look, we got fancy graphics. We focus more on that rather than giving our, yeah. The cowbell rings every time Skyrim gets another release. Second. Dovahkiin. Dovahkiin. I also hope that wasn't too... literally my animosity for Persona 3 Reloaded. Absolutely unnecessary, and in my opinion, disrespectful to the original. Yeah. And this is the thing, you're trying to differentiate from the original version of the game. So you end up in a situation where you've estranged yourself from your source material in a lot of ways. One of the only remakes that really remained true to the intention of the original game and really added to it, I would say, is Dead Space. Dead Space Remake was 100% a necessary thing, because it completed the original vision of the developer. That is the only reason I'm okay with it, because frankly, Dead Space 1 had no issues. But imagine trying to explain a Yakuza game to someone they think you're schizophrenic. They scrapped Dead Space 2 Remake. Do you think Dead Space 2 Remake would be necessary had it come to fruition? No. And there's a very specific reason I would say that. And that is because the mechanics that they wanted to implement in Dead Space 1 were implemented in Dead Space 2, and the story they told there, I feel, was complete. So, unlike Dead Space 1, that really got hamstrung by its original development, I feel that Dead Space 2 was not. Now, I could be wrong. I'm wrong often, but that's kind of my take on a Dead Space 2 remake. Dead Space 2 remake would have been, I feel, more of a money grab type situation, like, oh, we had success with Dead Space remake. By the way, this is an aside. I am shocked that Dead Space Remake did not do much better than it did. But perhaps that is a testament to how good Dead Space 1 is, that many people didn't buy in. I would watch a Gothic... Gothic would do really well. Gothic would be good. That would be a good remake, I would say. God, calling Dead Space 1 a classic made me feel so old. Welcome to the club. I think Dead Space 2's remake would have been in my little category of unnecessary but still appreciated remakes. Absolutely. Absolutely. And that is the category I hold Resident Evil 4 remake, by the way. Resident Evil 2 and 3 remake, I hold as necessary, I would say. Tank controls really limited those games and the experience of them. But after 2 and 3, 4 was one of those remakes where it was like, unnecessary, but you did a really good job, so thank you. Now, what's interesting to me, and I wonder what your thoughts are on this. So, we've had a remake of 2, of 3, and of 4. There's rumors stirring that Code Veronica, Resident Evil 1, possibly Resident Evil 0 are also getting remade. All of these would be, I feel, other than Code Veronica, I feel in that unnecessary but thank you kind of category of remake. But there's one game in particular that I think really could use a remake, because it was the one game in the franchise that was incredibly negatively received, and that is Resident Evil 6. I'm interested what you think, but Resident Evil 6, if it got a ground-up remake that revamped the story and changed the way the story was told, but still gave you multiple campaigns, multiple character arcs, all this different stuff, I think the idea of Resident Evil 6 was actually fantastic. I think the idea that you could play as Leon, Chris, a son of Wesker, Ada, that was incredible. That was incredible. Weirdly enough, I'd say Pathologic 2 and soon to be 3. It's more of a retelling of an original story. Good luck if you try to survive a night in Pathologic HD, but it's more forgiving while retaining the brutality of the Plague story. I'm 100% sure EA released Dead Space 1 Remake to fuck with Callisto Protocol, as the creator of that game made the original Dead Space 1 for EA. I could see that. 6 needs a bit to digest. It can be hard to understand at first glance. You need to really play it a few times to let it settle. And here's the thing, guys. I actually love Resident Evil 6. I see what they were trying to do with that game, which was to provide a very grandiose version of Resident Evil. Callisto Protocol is just not good, though. It was rushed and not well executed for all of its ideas. Well, and that, you know, you could blame that on industry politics as well. You could. I don't know if there was a incredibly political dev story for that one, though. I don't hate 6, but the vision is too grand and it's too many spiraling energies. It can make the game really niche in a weird way. Yeah, absolutely. Callisto Protocol was also rough during development, linked to APB, then dialed back, then cutting all the APB and aforementioned rush and crunch. Vortica, welcome in. I hope you're having a great day. What are you up to this Monday? Hope you're well. Ah, disciple, and good Theodasta Harkham. It is good to have you back in the order of the hour again. I'd feared the worst, to be honest. I am completed some commissions and I'm chilling a while. So, Vortica, you mentioned commissions. What do? Are you an artist? Oh, Conan has spotted Vortica. I'm a freelancer for the time being. So, like, but hand-drawn art, or, like, what kind of art do you make? Like, for example, I could consider myself a freelancer, but within the realm of voice acting, right? There's different kinds of art. I use the art of the voice. Hello, beautiful humans. Question of the day. Resident Evil 4. Really? So, okay. B, you're hot taken. You're hot taken right now. So, question of the day at the top of chat, guys. What is a remake you find worse than the original? And B just said Resident Evil 4. A remake, I should say, that is widely considered to be superior to the original version. I would agree, but that's because the OG Resident Evil 4 is in my top 3 games of all time. I've been playing Resident Evil 4 Remake. I love it. It's actually quite a good game, but I do still hold that it is worse than the original. Oblivion. Ah, yes, Oblivion Remastered has re-entered the chat. Yes, I still hold that Oblivion OG is better than RE. I definitely still hold that. I prefer the color palette. I prefer the vibes. I prefer the leveling system. Yeah, man, they took out my boy Merchant V. Oh, that is true, right? Yes. They changed the VA. It's just so jarring. I mean, looks pretty, but that is fair. That is very fair. It was not AP. Oh, it was PUBG. It was PUBG. I don't even know what APB is. I know what PUBG is. I love the Spyro remakes, but the vibe of the original trilogy is... Sorry, one moment. I can't word right now. Inimitable. It was all the I's in rapid succession. I'm good at English, chat, I swear. I can speak. 404 Arrow, streamer at EXE stopped working. It did. I died. I'm back. I'm the one. I've begun to believe. It's the eyes always get me too, your good books. Pseudo stream. Alright, now. I think I'm done doing some quests for the Order of the Hour right now. We've ascended to Disciple. I would like to travel. We are actually quite close to level 10. We're at 80%. So I would like to do some more training and restoration. Actually, speaking of which... there we go. Let's see. Oh, we didn't actually level up restoration at all, so that was quite literally just from our short blade going up. Now, I do have to find a smithy because my ebony dagger is now dead. So first class armorer will head over there. Probably RE3. I've seen how much was cut in the remake, and it made me sad. As my first experience of Resident Evil 3, I didn't get to experience some cool scenes. This is the thing. I've been talking about remakes a lot lately, so I do apologize for everybody who's sick of listening to me talk about it. But when I say that I dislike remakes, it's for a very specific reason. And that is, stuff almost always gets dropped on the cutting floor. You are never going to completely copy Resident Evil 3 into a new game. So, the player is actually missing out on experiences. They're actually missing out on story that was originally intended by the developer. So, you know, when people say, oh, do you want a Morrowind remake? No. Because things are going to get cut. Things are going to be lost in translation. I'm not going to get Morrowind the way I remember it, no matter what you do. Even if you did just a carbon copy, the fact is you're going to have to add voice acting, you're going to have to add certain quality of life mechanics, you're going to have to absolutely botch the magic system in the game. You're never going to give us exactly what we want. Unless, of course, you're the fans. Because you're the fans. You know what you want. But Curious Books, the System Shock remake has not been brought up. It has not been brought up. Why would Bethesda even remake Morrowind when OpenMW exists? Fans did all the work for them. It's true. It is true. But at the same time, Morroblivion, right? Skyblivion. The fans were making remastered games. Remakes, right? And Bethesda still made Oblivion Remastered. But this is fundamentally why I am pro-port and affordability. I want players to be able to easily access their games cheaply. I don't care if I have to repay for the game to get a PC version instead of a console version, right? I just want to be able to play the game on my PC and have it be affordable. And this idea that a remake is going to share this with modern players, I patently disagree. I believe it is up to our generation to share our experiences with the new generation. We have to be we have to carry on the mantle. If I want people to know what Daggerfall is, I need to put my money where my mouth is, and I need to play Daggerfall, even though it's not a popular game to stream or a popular game to create content on. Because if a 6-year-old today sees Daggerfall and says that's really cool, and they can't find any content on it, any gameplay, they don't know 6 Ways from Sunday what Daggerfall is, I need to be here so that they can learn. And if I am not here, if our generation is not here to show the new generation what gold mines existed back in the day and what fun you can have in an old game like this, we're doing a disservice. We really are. And taking it back to Resident Evil 4, kind of a more relatable game. If everybody just plays Resident Evil 4 Remake, they're going to lose the history of Resident Evil 4 Original. As faithful as the remake was, it did certain things that changed the game fundamentally. So you still need to play the original in my mind. You still need to. Applying the massive patches to the OG Oblivion is not an easy task, and there still isn't a good way to run borderless full screen that doesn't crash on Alt-Tab. The remake did lose some silly one-liners, yep. There's history in every pixel, every texture, you get it. Yep, absolutely. This is history. It is. And I'm a game preservationist through and through. I studied history for 8 years. I know that if we do not learn from history, we are doomed to repeat it. So, we need to maintain it. We need to show the new generation what art has existed prior to their narrow conceptualizations. Gaming was a total Wild West prior to recent years. Oh, wait. Okay. He let me in, yay. Repair item, please. First-class armorer prides himself on having the lowest prices in Wayrest. Though you have bargained with me until the sun is low in the sky, I can sell for no less than 43 gold pieces. Done. Thank you. And note, every game must be preserved, even if it's crap. Yes, even the Golem game. It is still historic. I completely agree. I completely agree. Even a series of unfortunate events for the GameCube. It was so bad. It was so bad. Maybe in Weaponsmith will be Ebony or Orca Shortblades. The fact is that Morrowind specifically was such a product of its time and would not be remade today without incorporating modern gaming sensibilities, which would cause such a divergence into something essentially wholly new entirely. And if that were not such the case, then what would be the point of even crafting a remake in the first place? That is an interesting point, Dev. If you're not going to change things, what's the point? I've made this assertion with Halo Combat Evolved, right? Campaign Evolved is unnecessary because there's nothing wrong with the original Combat Evolved. I've made that point. So, that is a thought. Is modern fidelity a good enough reason to remake a game? If the mechanics are, let's say they're not serviceable, right? But they are what they are, and you as the gamer have to learn them. Why remake it? Unless you're going to change things. Unless there's something specific that you want to do that's going to change the game fundamentally. It's an interesting question. It is definitely an interesting question. Okay, so we have our stiff, we have our ebony blade. How would you classify GOG's preservation methods? Those aren't really remakes or remasters, but they are modified for compatibility. That's what I mean. When I say I want ports that are cheap and easily accessible, GOG is kind of my baseline. GOG is really what I'm, at the end of the day, what I'm talking about. They provide games that have been ported to PC to run smoothly, at high fidelity, or rather renders, and they're cheap. I can buy Resident Evil 2 for my PC, even though it was never meant to play on a PC, and I can buy it for $10. I am willing to pay $10 for that. I am. Absolutely. Absolutely. So, to answer your question, I would say that GOG's preservation methods are my preference. A large digital database where games have been changed only to run well on modern hardware. And then the fan base does what it will. Books, not sure if you missed my asking earlier, but have you assured that the ebony cannot be repaired at all, barring your ability to obtain anything better? Well, I repaired the ebony. The ebony dagger's repaired. Oh. There we go. Which is a shame, because I like Cyrus and the piratey adventurous vibe of Redguard. Oh, we found a Redguard fan, everybody. We found our first Redguard fan. I haven't played it yet. I'm thinking about it. I heard it's a mess. Oh no, all good, Dev, all good, as you know. I definitely did miss that, yes. But I do want to continue with the game if I can. Oh, you like the idea behind it, yeah. It is, how you say, a mess. Jeez, I'm just merched out right now. I didn't expect Mrs. Books to bring me this mug. Actually, speaking of which, guys, we do have some people who were not in the announcement stream. I do have some new merch out. So we got some cheaper merch, fridge magnets, and pins. So some cheaper options for those of you who do not want to get dripped out in the Books shirt or to purchase a book mug. Or actually, I have a new design that is way nicer than this. This is when I didn't know what I was doing. So now there's a nice little library background, and it's quite beautiful. But prior, it was this. But yes, I do have some new designs, and I would just like to let you guys know. Okay, now chat, do I want to continue with the Order of the Hour? Or do I want to do some Mages Guild quests? Because really, we don't have that much more to level up. I'd show the Books hoodie if I wasn't banned from the Denny's parking lot. Yeah, we need one more dungeon. Speaking of books, Thief 2 got an update for Thief 2 Fix, which improves some things in the base game, bug fixing and more fan mission support. I will be playing some Thief 2. It did not make the vote when we were deciding what Saturday game to play next, because we did Mist and we did Thief Gold. Both those games got beaten, and I gave the option to either continue towards the sequels of those games or to try something new. And the polls overwhelmingly said they wanted to try something new. So the current poll that is up for the Saturday game is Baldur's Gate 1, Prey 2006, Blood Omen Legacy of Kain, and Fable Anniversary Edition. And I added beating Resident Evil 4 because we have played that game, but we didn't beat it. So 5 games, and if you join the Discord, head over to the poll section under the information category, and you will be able to have your voice heard and tell the community what game you want to see. Oh, I will be. I'm really enjoying Thief. Hello.
I actually came down to ask, your Elder Scrolls games, when are you calling them done? Like, main quest line? Are you doing all the other...
I'm really, yeah, like Elder Scrolls games you can kind of continue forever, so I'm just doing mostly main quests. I'm doing some side quests, but mostly I'm just getting through the main story. Like Morrowind, we're pretty much through the main story of Blood Moon, so I'm gonna call that done after that. And for Daggerfall, once we're through the main story, Daggerfall is a game you could very much keep running forever. So once I'm through the main story on this, I can consider it beaten, and we can move on afterwards. Not that I would, but at that point I'd be comfortable doing so.
I just wasn't sure if you were gonna do all the, like, guild things and...
I kind of like the idea of not doing every single guild. Like, not doing the Skyrim thing of doing every single guild when it doesn't make sense. Right? Like, being a member of the Companions and the Thieves Guild, like, it's kind of...
On the same character.
Yeah, on the same character. It kind of just doesn't make sense. It's diametrically opposed.
I was about to sit down on air.
Yes, you were. Hello, Toby. If anyone wants to redeem the cam, Toby and Quinn are now in front of the camera. Hey, Toby? Can you lie down? Lie down. Can you back up? Oh my god, you're sitting so nice. Here, one sec. One sec. Okay, can you sit nice? Good boy. Good boy, Toby. Okay, you can go. Oh, more for Quinn. Oh, okay. You get 2. Okay. Come here. Come here.
Oh yeah, he's been sitting pretty on, like, without propping.
Hey, oh, I gotta move the camera for Quinn. She's too stubby. She's too short. Here you go. Hey.
Good job. They're my best friends, Vortica. They're great. Quinn, she's named after Harley Quinn. She's my little corgi. She's 8. And I have Toby. And he's 2. He's 2 this year. He's 2.
Did you just say he's 2?
Is he 2?
3.5.
Oh, he's 3.5 now. Okay.
Hey. Are you a tree? Are you an old man?
We got him...
Are you an adult?
It'll be 3 years
Are you an adult boy?
ago on
Hey?
the 27th.
Okay, now let's do... Ooh, Nordic magic. What? Weaponized teleportation.
What?
This sounds really cool.
Do that with me, Alan!
Weaponized teleport... Zyvaris, do you like hearing from the king? I do not. Most guild members also do not. Our research must not be interrupted by petty squabbles, such as some mere murder holed up in some ruins, as is the case at the moment. We received a request this morning to slay one such criminal that the Fighters Guild simply cannot locate. Knowing of your combat skill, we wish to bestow this task upon you for the sum of 1,780 gold pieces. Are you ready to teleport? Yes. Then we will send you off immediately. Our good Egrier Buckingsmith will do the incantation. Regrettably, we cannot pinpoint the precise location of your foe, so you'll have a bit of spelunking to do to find it. I don't so much care about when you come back, so long as you come back alive. Let the king take responsibility for these things sooner than bother us again. Once you're off, I can say our work is in progress. Well then, I won't hold you any further. Go ahead, Egrier.
I hope I didn't just do a whatchamacallit on you. That's the movie.
Alright, well, just so you know what you might have done. Hint, you may be in a location that is impossible to escape from, like the bottom of a chute. If so, make a save and try the console command to teleport to get out. Somewhere in this dark hole, you have an assassin to locate. You could wander around until you bump into each other, or perhaps you could set a trap to see if you can get your foe to come to you. Do try and set a trap. Do you try and set a trap, yes? Or do you search on your own? The RNG proposes, and even a reward amount. The audacity. Skill check, yes. Stealth, difficulty
dice.
medium. No, I will look myself. If you get moving now, you have the advantage on your target. It's time to go searching.
I'm getting you dice. For when you don't want to decide these things and when you don't want chat to decide these things.
Just make it a really sexy set of dice. Oh! Do we have a friend? We're just bashing the door open, chat, it's fine. Yep. There's no point in lockpicking in this game, you just bash the door open. Okay, Troll's Blood. How do you make a set of dice sexy? Do you put a little pair of pants? No, you make them out of some nice brass or something like that. You make them nice. It is subjective, but you know what I like.
I don't know I do anymore.
I would say you do. Oh, we might have some werewolves. What do you say, Dragon? Should I try for some lycanthropy again? Interesting. Alright. Why not? It's only a 0.6% chance. I like those odds. I actually managed to get it during this playthrough, that's the crazy thing, and I got rid of it, like an idiot. Well, maybe not like an idiot, because I might have needed the ring. Well, I would have needed the Ring of Hearseen, which is very difficult to get. There. Troll's Blood doing its thing. You'll break your blade if you hit doors. It's better to hit with your hand. That is... duly noted. Duly noted. Okay, that's a dead end. Okay, so we'll head back down. Oh, hi. Are you the killer? I guess technically yes. Hello. Almost. You don't need the Ring of Hearseen, you will need to feed your character's bloodlust when the time comes, is all. Yeah, and I'm a goody two-shoes, I don't like doing stuff like that. Not all the time, anyways. Is that the light? No, no lichen there. Unmodded lycanthropy is incredibly overpowered. The fact that tweaks exist to weaken it and none to strengthen just goes to show you the ridiculousness. I wonder why it became so powerful. Like, it's similar to vampirism in Morrowind, I would say. We are good. Let's make sure we're saving our game, chat.
Pet your son, damn it.
Hello. He just wants treats. He doesn't actually. He does. But he loves the treats more. Eh? How's your going, bud? Okay, chat wants to see your face. Can you sit? Can you lie down? There you go. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Also, Necro, you need to remind me to do a give treats command. You need to remind me to do that. Okay, good boy. Okay, and you're sitting nice at my feet where chat can't see you, so we're going to give you some treats. Thank you, Quinn. Reminder. You know what I mean. You know what I mean. They definitely deserve it, though. Okay, so... let's head down this way now. Oh, this is new. That is terrifying. Full thalassophobia, anyone? Oh my god.
Water?
Hi. The slaughterfish. The fact is, it comes with an only essential a single drawback. You can never be punished for adhering to, yeah. Well, that's kind of the weird again, lycanthropy is just very powerful in this game series, and I'm not sure why. I'm not sure why they made it so strong. Unlike vampirism, which can indeed cause a difference to your gameplay. And is vampirism a thing in Daggerfall as well? I believe it is. He's shirtless, chat. He's way better with a blade than I am. Necro, have a good sleep, my friend. Chat, could we please get some feel-good emotes in the chat for Necrovarius, one of our mods, who is now leaving us for the great land of sleep. Oh. This combat is really hard. He's smoking me right now. Oh, nice. Okay. Alright. Saving the game after that one for sure. A naked Nord who's not on the side of the road. Or are you not getting treats? Are you sad about that, Toby?
He's like, it's past my bedtime.
Yeah, he's like, it is past 9, I am tired, why am I not in my house, and why are you guys not in bed?
I didn't let him upstairs, and he passed out on the middle of the floor in front of the couch, and was like sleep drunk.
So, chat, Toby has this... Australian Shepherds are characters. I'm gonna start with that. And... he will, at 9 PM every single night, because that's when I usually go to bed if I'm not streaming. At 9 PM every night, because that's when I went to bed. He just goes in his kennel. 9 p.m. hits, and he will just go in his kennel, and he'll look at us and be like, "Are you going to bed?"
And we
Like,
have to,
what are you doing? I'm going to bed. I'm doing my job. I'm sleeping. What are you doing? You're the weirdos.
And then he gets mad, and he yells at us, and he stomps his feet, and then we have to leave and turn the lights off and let him go to bed.
Relationship goals. I like that the missus spends time with you on stream. You know, she was kind of talking about this the other day, which is...
I'm just here because I washed the bed sheets, and it's his job to put them back on the bed.
Ah, all right.
And they're still in the dryer.
I was gonna do some really, you know, romancy kind of musings about how great our relationship is, but okay.
Hey, no, you can
Yeah,
keep I'm
no.
here right now.
You've shown your true colors.
Because I want to go to bed and wait for him to finish.
You've shown me what you are. She's just using me, chat. She's using me as a housework slave. Hashtag ruined moments. Necro, have such good sleep, my friend. I hope... Oh shit, I did the wrong thing. I loaded the game specifically so I could rest. But there are enemies nearby. I wonder if I could go... Here. There we are. No! Where? Oh, fuck you. You get fireball. I hate spiders. I hate them. Especially in Daggerfall. They're just creepy. Okay, we were able to use trolls. What hit me? May, where are you from, actually? Don't dox yourself, obviously. Don't be too specific, but what country? What is your country? There's an official patch for UESP Daggerfall files page to turn spiders into tigers. No, I will leave them as spiders, because that is what God intended. However, I still hate them. Oh, you're from Russia. Excellent. We've had lots of people tuning in from Ukraine and Russia lately. It's always when I'm playing the older games, I find, actually. Which I find neat. I like that. Not that I play things that are terribly new, but it is what it is. That's interesting. I've had Russian viewer pop up recently as well. Yeah, it's, Toby.
Let him
He's being a bit of a punk.
try to make a bed because we're still up.
There's a bed right there. He has a bed. He's fine. Ah! I don't have enough for troll's blood yet. Shit. Ah! Dang it. There's too many enemies nearby. I can't rest. I need mana, and I can't rest, and I don't have enough health to go into another fight. Actually, I need to leave that open so I know where I've been. Alright.
About the moon and star, come to me through
Ghost, you
fire
always
and
raid me near
war.
the end of the stream. You always raid me near the end of the stream. Raiders, welcome in. Welcome to the game library, my friends. I hope that all of you are well. Ghost, how are you? Still playing some Dracula. Love kills. She's here to suck your blood. The voice acting in that
I'm
game,
a god.
so cringe.
How can you kill a
So
god?
cringe.
What a grand and
Right.
intoxicating innocence. I'm a god. How
just
can
gonna
you
enjoy
kill a
some
god?
coffee.
Shame on you,
Take off maybe
Daggerfall.
just plays itself out.
I'm a god.
It was wonderful and cheesy and
I'm
cozy.
a god.
Okay, Raiders, welcome to the Game Library, where we give a voice to the voiceless games. My name is Martin. I'm a variety streamer with a focus on story-driven games that are obscured from the mainstream conversation around gaming. And the voice to those games is me. I do a little bit of voice acting in games that have, admittedly, little to no voice acting due to their age, and hopefully that makes it a little bit more interesting for modern consumers. Now, before I forget my manners and start talking to Ghost, if you got a raid and run, get your food, get your water, get your sleep, whatever it is you need, you come first. I'm an entertainer and a pillar of community should you need it. But, Raiders, welcome in. Today we are playing The Elder Scrolls Chapter 2, Daggerfall. It was wonderful and cheesy and cozy. So, everybody, if you're not following Ghost Siren, she's a great friend of the stream. I met her through Eternal Arcade, another great friend of the stream. So please, do yourselves a favor. She plays a lot of horror games, a lot of challenge run type stuff. Not necessarily doing challenge runs, but just challenging games. Stuff like Hades, stuff like Elden Ring.
A new hand touches the beacon.
Eris, thank you so much for the follow. I really do appreciate it. So, are you done, Love Kills, or are you still getting through it? And chat, if you have never played Dracula Love Kills, it is the cheesiest, corniest game I've ever seen. Dracula is talking like this in every cutscene. I finished Love Kills, and the next game up is up for vote. I'm pumped. I'm in a similar situation right now. And by the way, if any of the raiders are interested, and you as well, Ghost, hop into the Discord. If I could get one of the mods to post a link. ! Discord. Join the Discord. We currently have a poll up. This jam, I had this custom made by a member of the community, Virtual Bread. He whipped this up just for me. And it's mused after the music of one of my favorite games, Siege of Avalon. So if you like this, Luna, definitely get into Siege of Avalon's OST. Fantastic music. The best in the CRPG genre, bar none, in my opinion. Yeah, he's absolutely amazing. And he actually gave me my first voice acting project. He did, it's ambient horror, I guess, is the type of music. Found footage type horror music. And I did the intro track. I did the introductory voice acting track for it. And I really, really enjoyed the job. So he's a great member of the community, and I'm super grateful. Des, welcome in. I hope you're having a great day. As I was saying, if you guys are not in the Discord, I currently have a poll up for the Saturday game. So the poll right now, it is Baldur's Gate, Fable Anniversary, Prey 2006, Blood Omen Legacy of Kain, so the first Blood Omen game, and I was a cheeky bugger, and I added Resident Evil 4, which is one of my top 3 games of all time, as the OG version, of course. Blood Omen is also, yeah.
Touches the beacon.
Honestly, King of Gains, Deos. Welcome to the Game Library, my friend. Thank you very much for the follow. So, Ghost, if you have not played Legacy, I've played Legacy of Kain. Great game, great voice acting, great story. And if you get deep into the series, it gets into this insane tale of just divergent. Oh, I don't even want to spoil it for you. I'm gonna stop myself because I'm fanning over it right now. It's a great game. You need to play it. You genuinely need to play it. It's so fun. I have the OG Blood Omen. I do as well. I have the OG on PlayStation. I also have it on PC though. I can choose how I play it. All right, Raiders, let's get back into some Daggerfall. Normally, I would be ending the stream right now, but you guys have been so amazing and you've come in. I think we have earned ourselves an extra little while in the stream. So let's get back into Daggerfall, and then I do have to work tomorrow, and I'm on 5 hours of sleep. So we'll spend a little bit more time, but I'm not sure if I can make it an hour. Let's try. Upon looking at your Want to playlist, it deserved my follow. I'm slowly working through the Witcher franchise, and the first game is for sure a struggle, and deserves more attention. It 100% does. So, again, my channel is to give a voice to the voiceless games. It is the games that are getting lost to the recency bias of the gaming industry. We were actually talking about this extensively with Vortica and other community members here. This idea that we have to remake everything for it to be good, this idea that to share a game with a new generation, it has to get remade, I disagree with patently. I believe that there is so much gold in the past, and it is up to us as the incumbent generation to share our experiences and share our games as we experience them with the new generation. We don't need a remake, we just need to be better advocates for the games that we love. That is how I feel, that is what I believe, and that is the cornerstone of why I created my channel. It is to advocate for the games that I love, and that I hope a new generation will love. And an old generation, you know, you can be older and not experience these games. Daggerfall is very niche these days. You can be in your 40s and have never played Daggerfall. But I am here to advocate for this game. If I have to see one more big money company CEO quoted in an interview saying, "We wanted to revitalize this for a modern audience," I might lose it. Or, sorry, they usually say a modern generation, as if people in the current day can't like a game that's 10 years old. Yeah, absolutely. 100%. I'm sorry. Actually, one moment.
This is the tale you seek.
There you go. No more ads for Ghost.
I have my principles, mister. You think you can buy me with promises of power and glory?
No ads for
you. Really think? Okay, I'll do it.
You rated. No ads. Okay, I have been dying a lot, and I need to avoid this. I have no idea where I am. Welcome back, Ghost, even though ads are running. I know I didn't, but you're great, and you deserve it. Too many enemies. Breaking Daggerfall news. Death is bad. Daggerfall. There's a mod for that. Okay. Now, focusing on not dying. Where the hell do I need to go? I think that this room right here would be a good spot. So let's haul over into our little emo corner, and we will hide until fully healed. So, Raiders and chat, for those of you just tuning in, we are in a dungeon and we are hiding from a serial killer that we have been sent to hunt down. This dungeon is incredibly perilous, and the enemies there within are incredibly difficult to defeat. We're also trying to level up, so I'm using skills I'm not good with at all. Let's find a werewolf or a werebear for that 0.6% chance. Let's do it. So, Ghost, feel free in chat to let everybody know what you're about. I of course did my best. Welcome back from ads, everyone. I did my best to advocate for your stream, but please feel free to take center stage and let my audience know what you're about and see if they vibe with you. Also, what are the games that you have on your poll right now? That's on your Discord. I'm not pulling it up right now. Let me know what they are. I know Blood Omen's on there, so. Ghost always needs a second. She does. She's incredible. Incredible community, incredible streamer. And you did great. I do my best. That is what I will say. I do my best. Shit, he's naked. Have at thee! Oh, jeez. God, you do so much damage. Nudity is a buff in this game, everybody.
Chad, welcome to PlayAnyGoodBooksLately.
Dragon, that was a moment of weakness and you know it. You're showing chat my bad side. Come on. That was a double hit. He's double tapping chat. It's not fair. Come on. Almost. Whew. So much damage. Okay, I'm back from Adlands. I 100% agree with you. I think remastering can sometimes be okay, but constantly re-releasing games, Bethesda, is unnecessary. Oh, Eris, you're gonna get along with everybody here just fine. I love Bethesda games. That doesn't mean I love Bethesda's business practices. I love my dark fantasy, especially things that involve mythology, folklore, urban legends, and fairy tales. I love horror, whimsy, cozy, and bizarre games. And we make a lot of fart jokes. You had me at fart. She's not lying, Chad. She makes a lot of fart jokes. It's fine, though. They're all tasteful. It's tasteful flatulence. I'm not sure if Ghost has. I don't think Ghost has. Oh, Ghost, if you have not played Tainted Grail Fall of Avalon, get on it. You will love the style of that game. You will love it. Go download it right now. I will pay for it. Immediately, go. Quickly, quickly, go. Yep, absolutely. I played that game in early access. That's how much I love it. I'm sorry if you answered whilst I was in ads, but books. Have you heard of Call of Sarangnar? I have not. I have not. You're teaching me something new. Call of Sarangnar. Okay, so, everybody. I have a rank 1 page. So if you have any game ideas, games that you think that I would love to play, click the link to my rank 1 page and there's a suggestions tab. You can suggest games to me on my rank 1 page. I'm checking it every day. I'm checking it every single day. Yes, so it is a site where you can record and review the games that you have played, the games that you would like to play. You can take suggestions, and you can also record the games that you are currently playing. I didn't know about this site, but you can also do an extension on your Twitch page. It is a great, great tool to share games with your community. and to have games shared with you. Once I found out about it through Lord Orfeo, I immediately bought in. Oh god. Okay, a little bit of thalassophobia, everybody. Okay, we are going to avoid the water as long as we can. Because Books is scared of the depths. He's scared of shit like this. He's scared of shit like this. Nope. Do not like. Do not touch. The depths can fuck right off. Subnautica can die. I will not abide it. And they roar in the water. Right? Perfect mix of modern and retro. Modern and retro. I love how much they're committing. Oh! Luna, I wasn't able to make your stream and I hated myself for it. You're playing Fleshmade Fear, right? By the way, could I get a shout out for Luna Arcana, also a streamer. Excellent community, excellent stream, great conversation. Okay. You were playing Fleshmade Fear, right? I love that game. I love that game. I am an absolute lover of Resident Evil and all things JRPG, tank controls. This is an obscure game that I bought recently. I didn't know it existed. This is my favorite anime of all time, by the way. Vampire Hunter D had a video game for the PlayStation 1. You did voice acting! Luna, you're into voice. I didn't know this. I'm a bad community member. Damn it. Okay, anyways. Back to thoughts. Luna, you need to teach me things because I'm trying to get into the industry right now. But this is kind of an example of what I'm talking about. This game right here is essentially Resident Evil, but Vampire Hunter D. It's definitely a product of its time. It's not a perfect game at all. But I was so excited when I found out this existed because I love the universe of Vampire Hunter D. The most obscure game ever shown on the channel, next to no coverage for the Vampire Hunter D game. Oh, have you watched Bloodlust? Oh, you must have. You must have watched Bloodlust. Yeah, I've read all the books. I read the manga. I watched the movies, and the video game had to be in my collection. It just had to be. Yeah, I had no idea Luna was into VA. And actually, talking of someone that is kind of a kindred spirit, Luna is often showcasing horror games that are lesser known, often playing in the games and demos category, so that she can showcase, you know, not to use my own language, but voiceless games within that criterion. No, I will share. Actually, B-Tech and I talk about... B-Tech is actually the one... He's one of our mods. He's the one that created the phrase, give a voice to the voiceless games. And the way that him and I conceptualize giving a voice to the voiceless games is actually as a movement. We want more people to do what I do and what Luna does, showcasing neat games. Oh, I see. There can only be one Luna. Alright, some Highlander moments.
A new hand touches the beacon.
Minerva, thank you so much for the follow. Could I please get a shout out for Minerva as well? You are also a streamer, if I'm not mistaken. I have, I believe, lurked on your chat while you were playing some Ninja Gaiden. Could I please get a shout out for Minerva as well? Only trying to be. I have a couple indies under my VA belt, but I'd love to dive into it more. As would I. Pardon me as I'm just doing my usual new community looky through, but I see you majored in history. What is your favorite historical era? My studies specialized in the Norman invasion of Great Britain. So I studied kind of the 9th to the, I want to say, like 11th or 12th century is kind of my specialty. I'm a complete Japanophile. I love Japan so much. Nothing of it for the shoutouts, guys. Great streamers. So Minerva, Luna, Ghost, all great streamers. Please do yourselves a favor and go drop a follow. Yeah, I love Japanese history as well. The Edo period, the shogunates, absolutely great history. I don't necessarily have a favorite, but yeah, my specialty was the Norman invasion of Great Britain. So the 100 Years' War, the 30 Years' War, War of the Roses, all that stuff, that is kind of anything prior to kind of industry forming within the world and the era of Manifest Destiny starting. That's kind of my bread and butter. I haven't studied for a while now. I'm actually a plumber by day. There wasn't really any industry for me to continue with my studies, other than, of course, becoming a professor, but that would have taken I've got 8 years of university under my belt. It would have taken another 4 to 8, arguably, and I wanted a house. I wanted to move out and provide for my family, so we are now a plumber. But I love that too. I work on classic cars. I love to work with my hands. So the trades are a world and industry that need people. So if you're not sure what to do, try the trades, honestly. A very fulfilling work, and if you love working with your hands, it's definitely great work. It's hard. The hours can be unforgiving, but I'm very fulfilled. Now, of course, I'd be very happy to become a full-time voice actor and do streaming and everything as well, but I'm very content. I'm very content. I'm also pretty niche in the War of the Roses and the Tudor dynasty, preteen teen hyperfixations and what have you. Little Henry Cavill obsession in the background as well. If you know, you know. I wanted to work in the trades, but I was intimidated by how few women are in them. But badass. This is the thing. The industry is changing rapidly. So my company in Manitoba, we have loads of women in the company. I would say that the office is entirely women. The office is entirely women, and we have a couple. Yeah, we have a couple ladies that they're not quite on the tools yet, but they're in apprentice positions. And I'm an apprentice as well. I'm just a level 1 right now. Yeah, it's changing. It is changing. Some of the best welders I know are women. One did some beautiful work on my Ducati restoration. Oh, you know what? I was an electrician for 5 months in a previous company that I really regret working for, but I gained a lot of great experience, and yeah, you know what, Minerva's right, a bit more of a reason to get into it. Be the change. Be the change. I often tell people that the only way out is through. If you want to see change in the world, you need to embody it. You need to internalize what you want to see in the world. I will not admit how many times I've watched the tutors for Henry Cavill and Natalie Dormer, but it is well over 8. Yes, well, Mrs. Books told me that she would sell me out for Henry Cavill in a heartbeat. Okay, I'm not fighting with a blade here. Fireballs for everyone. Ooh. Secret tunnel. I don't like how easily that opened. Wouldn't we all? Ayo. Easy now, ladies. And gents. Probably gents, too. It's Henry Cavill, after all. There are much things to do with your time than thirst watched good television. Look, sometimes you need to hydrate. Oh, much worse. I see. Dragon really wants that love triangle. Oh no, more water. Oh no, that's much more water. Oh god, chat. Oh no. Alright. Okay. Oh yeah, time has come. I don't know what it is about the water in Daggerfall as well, it just triggers me. Mostly because of these bastards. I hate you so much right now. That sounds like something out of Kung Pao. Wicked Witch of West Cyrodiil. If you're referring to two people pining for one person with no interest in each other, that is a love V, sir, not a triangle. Yes, and Luna writes some, shall we say, romantic material, so she would know all about it. Oh god. Alright, you know what? Fireball for you! Okay. Save our game. And what am I wanting to do? Let's rest. Shit. Shit! Oh no. Same room, dude! I hate you. Okay, let's try this again. Enemies are nearby. He just like... Dude! Where did you come from? That was the assassin. Okay, chat, I'm cool. I'm cool. That was the assassin, it makes sense. He's very stealthy. He hides from people, that is what he does. It made sense. It made sense. I know not what sense I spake. They are allowed. They are allowed. We will allow it. The same as Senor Chang. I will allow it. We are healed. Wouldn't that be the best, chat, if you could just sleep for 12 hours and just regrow limbs? We need a shield spell? I need more fireball. That's what I need. Actually, speaking of which, 93- oh my god, okay, we do have to do some dagger fighting. We're so close to a level up, chat. So the reason I'm so hung up on getting a level up right now is because we are trying to get the main quest line moving again. And it will not do it. I'm okay with you hitting me, alright. Ooh, enchanted. You're at the cusps of a major story section, by the way. Yeah, well, and that's the thing, that's why I'm pushing so hard for it. Okay. Alright, chat. Anyone with a fear of any sort of dark depths, I need you to look away for the next little while, please. It's gonna get a little frightful. There we go. Oh, what is this? Hello! Where are you? We get to go say hi to Cthulhu, a little. A little sneaky trick you may want to keep in mind before resting. Spend what skill points you can on heal. Not only does it reduce the heal time by preparing, but you get a little extra practice. Oof, that's what it is. It is watery. There's a lot of water. There's a lot of water. Alright, a little bit more chat. Okay, we have levitate. Imagine the mold in this place. I mean, most dungeons. Most dungeons. Okay, yeah, we gotta head that way. We simply must. If I can just get leveled up, man. 93%, we're very close. What is a dungeon without mold? It's true. Oh shit. Oh, you hurt. You do big hurt thing. Oh shit. Okay. That is like, yeah. What is Taboo Mage? So, the whole idea behind my build. So, this game, yeah, a draw. The whole idea behind my build, my character, Cyvarus II, is, first of all, there was a Cyvarus I. That was the start of the Daggerfall stream, before I actually kind of knew what I was doing. The Taboo Mage, the idea behind this RP, is that Cyvarus has spent many centuries locked in the wizarding towers of Tamriel. He has not been out for any other reason than to forage for knowledge. That is his purpose. He is devoted entirely to the study of the arcane arts. But he is not without companionship. He has made friends of the Daedra, the dragons, and the orcs, all very taboo races within Tamriel. So, he is a taboo mage. It is quite literal. He is a taboo mage. This game is emphasized tabletop mechanics. Daggerfall is essentially a tabletop game that has been turned into a video game. The way you can conceptualize Daggerfall, guys, is the game is your GM, and you are expected to behave as a player would during a tabletop game. Ted Peterson and Julian LeFay designed this game to emphasize tabletop gaming. And in fact, Morrowind did as well, but Daggerfall much more so. I have not installed that mod yet, no. Actually, we're gonna head up. I need more mana. Or magicka, I should say. There are Too many enemies nearby. Oh, and also, Savaris II is a posh gear. He's very uptight. He does not like the plebs. Too many enemies, damn it. It's all these slaughterfish, I think. Okay, let's rest. Alright. This is actually a good place to call it, chat. So just a few more hours. Yes! Come on! Yes! Oh, I'm so happy. Oh my god. I've been working so hard for this. I've been working so hard for this. Alright, alright. Okay, chat, what do we think? What am I putting my stats into? It only took 5 straight. Look, man. Look, man, we did it. Okay, I need some level up recommendations from the chat before we end. It's personality. PER is personality. So that is like traits.
New journey now begin. Yamba St. Cranberry, the greatest horse you'll ever see. Galloping with speed and might, now sing along.
So personality is for trading, mainly.
Clippity, cloppity, clip. Yamba St. Cranberry leads us on this trip.
Okay, yeah, I'm thinking we just go all in on endurance. That's my thought. Oh, actually, yeah, we're gonna get speed up. We're gonna bring speed up into the 40s as well. Alright. We're good. Oh, hello, Mr. Rennie. Alright, let's save our game. Boom, done. Alright, so. Oh, okay. Alright, you're gonna get a little bit of story and then we will end. Your vision hazes, and the world grows dim. Out of the gray, a woman's face appears. Medora. Savaris, your efforts to free me have not been in vain. I have discovered a powder that will soothe the ghosts of my beloved Lysandus. However, it is in the hands of Gortwog, warlord of the Orcs. In his steel citadel of Orsinium. Go to him in Orsinium and see if there is anything that can be done to persuade him to give it to you. Bring the powder to me in Dareni Tower once you have it. The vision clears. Sometimes you wish sorceresses would just send letters like the other folks do. Okay. And with that, my friends, our time in the game library has once again drawn to a close. I would just like to thank everybody who has dropped in, either be it with a raid or just coming to check out the stream. Thank you so much for all of your support and everything that you do. Now, if you are interested in following me on any of my other socials pages, here is a link to the Beacons page. It will take you to all of my socials below and all of my support pages above. If you would like to join the community, I would highly recommend clicking that link and joining the Discord. You will be able to vote on polls that tell me what games we will be playing next. The Saturday game is open right now, and we are currently voting on 5 different options. So if that is something that interests you, or if you just like the vibe and you would like to just get closer to the community, please do consider joining the Discord. And if you haven't followed already, I would highly recommend dropping a follow so that you do not miss any Go Live notifications. Thanks, Mr. Books. Your puppy was really cute. Goodbye. May, thank you so much for hanging out for the entire stream. I really do appreciate it. And another shout out To Ghost Siren, thank you so much for the raid. Thank you for trusting me with your community for even a short time. I lament that I was not able to give you guys a longer stream, but I'm a tradesman and I do have to be up at 5 in the morning tomorrow, and it is currently 10:30, so I need to make sure that your boy Books gets his sleep. Alright, so my friends on YouTube, yes, I do multi-stream. This is going to be the end of the stream for you. I'm going to be taking our friends on Twitch out for a little raid. So let's just open up the tab here and see who is hanging out. Okay, so, ooh, Salty's streaming some Bloodborne right now. Salty by Design is a new friend I met through Audibel. We've raided Shibby recently. You know what? Let's raid Salty. Let's raid Salty. We haven't raided him in a while. Alright, so the raid is started, my friend. First raid option is if you are subscribed. Second raid option is if you are merely a follower. But thank you for your support nonetheless. I would ask that all of you stick around for the raid. It really does help us smaller creators. My friends, it has been the pleasure of a lifetime getting to stream to you all this evening. I will be back on Friday for some more Elder Scrolls Chapter 3, Morrowind. But until then, I ask that you be well, and I will see you on the next one.